Shalom, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well this Sabbath afternoon, morning. Shout out Cabo Cobb and his congregation in Guatemala. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing well out there in the surrounding cities and states that listen to the brother. Shout out SOW, Virginia, Houston, and Rochester, New York. Hope your brothers and your families are doing well also. We're going to send our prayers up and get started for class. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nothing to know.
Nothing to know.
A war.
Zayawam. The water.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nothing to know. Rayak. Nayakacha.
The water. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine what putting on Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ah. Nothing to know. Ha-shabbat. Ba-shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemaiah, Wa'arataza, Wa'a, Yanathan, Ramawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Sheshemaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Sheshewamor, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemora, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ao, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemaz, Yala'a, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Barayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, right, Yashemor, Nepesha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai,
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shemaiah, Kodash, Haya, Shankar, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Baba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Rataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemaiah, Netanyahu, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachanaw, Chawabatinaw, Kasalachanaw, Chawabatinaw, Wala'a, Fabiano, Bonasai One, Abo, Hawashino, Mayan, Roy, Kaya, Waka, Amarakwa, Waha'a, Wahatapara, I will love you. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'aya, Laka, Alahaya, Akhaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasor, Wala'a, Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Falakwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor, Hayawan, Hashabah, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka,
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a,
Faratazat. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Fakhamad. Ko. Ashara. Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yishakim.
Israel seated.
Once again, Israel, welcome to tuning in today. Shalom, everybody in the class, online. We're gonna get started on the topic. We've gone over many a weeks and many a months, going over the Persian Mede Empire. Their reign was over 200 plus years, so it was a lot of history to go into and to take our time. Whether it was Ezra, Nehemiah, First Ezra, Second Ezra, we've gone a long way, but now we're at the end of that time period, and we're going into the downfall of the Persian Mede Empire and the quick rise and ascension of the Greek Empire. The first verse you want to go into is the time period historically that was the initial awakening for the Greek Empire and the beginning of the end for the Persians. So we're going to start at Daniel chapter 11, verse 1 and 2.
Salute, brother.
Yeah, we need to get
Elisha?
let's get slow. Yeah, you're right. To read.
Elisha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal.
Elisha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal. I'm much. Yahweh Shem Yahshai Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Barakatah.
All right. Daniel 11, verse 1 and 2.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 1. Right?
Yep.
Also I, in the first year of Darius the Mede.
Now this isn't talking about King Darius. It's not even talking about that era. We're still in the time period of King Cyrus, which was the first king of the Persian Mede Empire. And Darius the Mede was just the name of a lieutenant or a commander who served in the jurisdiction of Babylon. Because don't forget, Daniel was in the jurisdiction of Babylon at the time of the fall of Babylon. But the headquarters of the Persian Mede Empire was still in Shushan, which is the capital city of Persia. So what's happening is, in any type of empire and kingdom, you have to have different type of underbosses and governors who govern different districts around the depth and the area of your entire countryside. Even when we deal with the history of Israel, when we're going back and forth with the Samaritans, why was that? Why were the Samaritans such an integral force in the region? Because the governor, Sambalat, which was the name of the leadership, they were the ones who were over the jurisdiction of Syria. Okay, so the Samaritans were over the governors of that region. This man Darius was over the region of Babylon, and he was a Mede. Now, even if you look at the map, the Medes were very close to the They were like the northern neighbors of the Babylonians, northeastern neighbors of the Babylonians in the map. So it will be fitting that they will be the ones that are over that jurisdiction of the Babylonians. So don't get caught up into the name Darius, because your person would think that Darius was maybe the third king of the Persian Mede Empire, and it wasn't. Or the fourth king. No, the fifth king. One of those damn kings. Okay? We know it's Cyrus. It was his son Cambyses the second. Then it was an imposter. Then it was Xerxes and so forth and so on. Then it was Xerxes and Darius. Then Artaxerxes. Mm-hmm. That was the order or the succession of the rank and file of the kings. But let's do this. Let's read this 11 and 1.
Daniel 11 and verse 1. Also I, in the first year of Darius the Mede, even I stood to confirm and to strengthen him. And now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia, and the fourth shall be far richer than they all.
So this is a prophecy saying that there's going to be 4 kings in Persia that represent the golden age of the Persian Empire. There's going to be 4.
Because
Cyrus is first, Cambyses is second, and you can't even classify the third as being the third, because the third lasted for a month. So he's not part of it.
Yep.
Then you have the third, then you have the fourth. The third was Darius. The fourth was Xerxes. So once again, it was Cyrus, Cambyses, Darius was the third, and Xerxes was the fourth. That was the golden age of the Persian and Mede Empire.
Yeah, because they say technically there was 12 kings of the Persian Mede Empire, but some of them didn't count because they just overthrew power for a short time, and there was a lot of infighting amongst the family members of the Persian Mede Empire.
And then on top of that, you didn't want this Persia at its peak.
Yeah.
All kingdoms and empires have their rise, their peak, and their eventual descension.
Yeah, like people talk about the Reagan era and how Reagan transformed Reaganomics.
Yes, sir.
Transformed the economy, but if you look at Jimmy Carter before him, people don't talk about the Carter presidency.
Administration.
They don't talk about the Nixon administration, but Watergate, that's the only thing that comes up when you think Nixon. So certain presidents or Caesars or rulers, you consider their time in presidency in office as being the best time for the nation, for their particular nation.
America at their apex was in the 90s. Whether you believe it or not. Early 90s, late 80s, early 90s to the mid 90s. That was America at their most powerful dominion. Russia had fallen. Middle East was wide open. They was kicking ass in Persia, in Iraq. They were sitting back here, had the furthest stretch of their power, and like Esau calls that full spectrum domination. Yep. That was in the mid-90s to the early 2000s. And after that Arab Spring, everything started falling apart. We'll talk about that another time. But every nation has that type of apex. Persia's apex was here. So it says, now I will show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia. And then it says, and the fourth shall be far richer than they are. Let's go back. Then they all. The first king was Cyrus. Cambyses was 2. The next legitimate king was King Darius. He was the one that allowed us back. He financed us to the finishing of the temple, right? Mm-hmm. Then the next one was King Xerxes. Okay, now let's continue. Then the one that you sit back here that they gave a false depiction of in 300.
Yeah.
Where the guy just wore just wore beads and jewelry act and no clothes out.
Yeah.
He was walking like this.
With makeup on?
Like this with a bald head act, moving like this in the movie act. He was 6'8" and looked soft as hell out.
Yeah.
Like that's not how men of that time rode out.
There was an uproar.
They got that guy in a casting call in Los Angeles somewhere out.
Never seen him again.
we in a pretty faced brown guy that thinks that looks like he might be from the Far East. And can you fake a deep voice? He's probably a British actor. All those people that have skin color, you think they're like black dudes, they're really British. And you sit back, and the guy in Snowfall was a Brit. Like, what the hell is this? You thought he was like some cat from Compton. Nah, he is a Brit. All these guys are Brits. Anyway, why am I going into this tangent? That's just amazing. This is what you see. When all the black actors in the hood movies are not black people. Don't forget that.
We're in the hood.
Not the lead actors. They are not. Maybe T-Rock, the gangbanger that gets shot, but not the main guys.
T-Rock.
Whatever name you want to make up. But, okay, read verse 2 again.
Yeah. Daniel 11 and verse 2. And now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia, and the fourth shall be far richer than they all. And by his strength, through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Grecia.
He says that he's going to stir up all against the realm of Grecia. And that was the beginning of the Greeks getting riled up, getting attacked. When Xerxes came in with his riches and his power and his wealth, he started extending out his empire to as far as he can take it. And the farthest that Xerxes or any of the Persian empire could go is to the outer realms of the Greeks.
Do we have any maps also?
I have maps of Greece. I have maps of that, but I don't have a map of. I think I have it maybe on my. I don't have maps about the wars between the Persians and the Greeks. I don't have that, but I do have plenty of maps of the Persian Empire. Let me see. See how it's all them foggy and whack. Let's try it, or this one. See, that is under Cyrus.
You can still get a visual.
Listen, I'm going to show you this map. It's not the greatest map because it's very phased, like what do you call it? Or the imagery is like foggy and kind of weird. Thank you, sir. I can't even say you took the words out of my mouth because I didn't have those words.
It's just, I had Nintendo 8-bit.
It's 8-bit imagery. That's what it looked like.
16-bit Nintendo.
But if you look at it on the camera, you'll see that the Persian Empire, when they really started reaching out, they got past Turkey and started reaching into certain portions of the Greek Empire. Like the eastern side of the Greek Empire, they started conquering. They just fully didn't take over the entire countryside. And what it did is this is what forced and pushed the Greeks into having to build up their armaments, rally together. Because before the Persians and Medes came and took them over, the problem with the Greeks was that it was a bunch of warring city-states. And if you sit back and look at the history of Europe, Europe was full of city-states that was separate entities doing their own things. And if you take a little deeper look into history, you have these little separate city-states were white colonies, Edomite colonies, black colonies, black cities, separate and kept to themselves. And they were just separate little places. And then the Greeks, in this situation, were getting wiped out because they were operating individually. This forced the Greek nation to rally together, let go of the fact that these people are from Athens, these people are from Sparta, these people are from Thessaly, these people are from Corinth. They had to let all that go and come together as one nation to even halt and slow off the Persian and Mede onslaught. But because Xerxes, which was the fourth king, had the greatest money and finances, he was able to pay for the most armies, the greatest armies, and to pay for their provisions. So that's where 300 comes from. That's where 300 Part 2, when the damn Persian and Medes came out there with their fleets, and they came out there attacking the Greeks, and they lost. So they had to fall back to Persia to fall back and just focus on their territory. But they lost after bitter wars with the Greeks. But those bitter wars put the Greeks into that mindset that they had to fight and get ready for other attacks down the line. So that's just something to be conscious of. So read verse 2 again.
Daniel 11 and verse 2. And now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia, and the 4th shall be far richer than they all. And by his strength, through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Grecia.
Now maybe one day we'll go into the entirety of Daniel's chapter 11, but the entirety of Daniel's chapter 11 deals with the history of the Greek Empire from their inception, because all we're reading is from verse 1 and 2 that deals with the inception and the initial aggravation that the Greeks had to go through to get them started on this road to where the Most High was going to start working with them as the next world power. But the rest of the chapter just goes to the different leaders and kings from Alexander all the way down to their conquest in the Syrian district, which is where Israel lives. Okay? Israel and Egypt. That's where Daniel's 11 is talking about. It's talking about the different wars between the different leaders of the Greek Empire. One that had the jurisdiction in their family line that controlled Egypt, which were the Ptolemies, the Ptolemaic dynasty, versus the Seleucid dynasty in Syria, in Celesyria. That's what Daniel's 11 is about. And if we get the time, I don't know if we're going to go into all of this. We might. There's a lot of reading, a lot of Josephus reading to do this, and it will be in there for months. That's why I'm not sure if we're going to do it.
Yep. And there was already leading up to the revenge of the Greeks coming back and fighting the Persians. You know, where you read about Alexander later on in 333 BC, approximately 331. There was already a Greco-Persian war around the 500s. They'd already been going to war. So
And that's what this is.
Yeah, the Persians had already been stirring up battles and dominating mainland Greece for about 200 years before Alexander even stepped on the scene.
They got strong enough, yes.
And then they got strong enough to actually cause come together and create an invasion back upon the Persians, which Daniel was prophesying.
And that's what Philip, Alexander's father, Philip, is the one who helped galvanize the country together.
Yeah.
And then once he died, Alexander just took that galvanized army and that galvanized people and finished and fulfilled his father's dream. But anyway, with that being the case, I just want to kind of give y'all a key about when Xerxes went to war with them. That was the initial stirring of the Greek Empire. Okay? And this is Daniel 4 generations ahead of time is getting this vision. Oh. Daniel was getting some significant visions. Daniel and Ezra, when it comes to visions, man, they were top of the line. But they had those visions based off their abstinence and their discipline with one another time too. Let all that go. Let's now go to Josephus, book 11, chapter 8, paragraph 1.
The Antiquities of the Jews, book 11, chapter 8, paragraph 1. Right?
Yep.
About this time, it was that Philip, king of Macedon, was treacherously assaulted and slain at Agag by Parthians, the sons of Serates, who was derived from the family of Orestes, and his son Alexander succeeded him in the kingdom, who passing over the Hellespont overcame the generals of Darius's army, and a battle fought at
Granicum.
Right.
Now, he had a series of victories that Alexander had. I just want to quickly show y'all what Hellespont is. If you look on the screen, It'll let you know where Hellespont is. Hellespont is the body of water that the Greeks had to pass over in order to get into the territory of Turkey. So it's on the top right hand corner is where the water or the path is. You see well, you can't see because I don't have like a pointer that you can really touch on it.
It's up close to that lake that's by Byzantium.
Yeah, or Propontis is the body of water, the large body of water, and it flows into the Hellespont. Yeah, and it's Abydos is the city that's kind of close to where that Hellespont is. It's obviously a very small body of water, the smallest body of water where you can get people to cross over easier. Okay, can y'all see it?
Yeah, I see.
Okay,
In the right corner.
right corner. So what they're saying is, read the middle part, because after what do you call it, a war? After his father was killed, different history books say different things, but I've heard that this was used as like a propaganda point to start attacking the Persians. It was used as kind of a message to, hey, the Persians did this. Let's go ahead and take out this Persian distraction or this Persian annoyance once and for all.
Like Trump and Iran?
Yeah, exactly. Don't listen. That ain't the last. That's not the first time you hear it. That's not going to be the last time you hear the idea that these assassins that are after Trump are really Iranian. Don't get it twisted. It ain't that. They said that the first time.
The FBI just said that they found confirmation that they tried to assassinate him again.
Yeah, and they're going to keep saying it is Iran because that group of financing wants to go to Iran and take out Iran. They got to have it. Because if they can take out Iran, they destabilize the entire region.
Yeah.
And they take the threat away. They neutralize the threat from Israel.
Yep. Yeah. That whole region is destabilized. Syria is a sitting duck. They're next. You take out Iran, you got Syria. In a matter of time, and you'll have Libya.
You know,
Lebanon.
Yemen. They'll probably go to Yemen.
Because Lebanon. Yemen is supplied by Iran.
Yep.
The Iranians supplied. Listen, Iranians finance and power supplies all these people. Yep. They supply Hezbollah in Lebanon. They supply the Yemenites. And they have, Jordan is American. Jordan is, they're neutral and they're /American. Qatar is American. Saudi is American. Or they're kind of on the ropes. UAE, they're all kind of like, where's the money at? Where's the power at? We'll go that direction. Yeah, but Iran is supplying all the rebel groups. So they got to take them out. He says, cut the head of the snake. They always say that stuff. But read one again. Paragraph 1.
God.
This from the top, yeah.
The Jews, Book 11, chapter 8, paragraph 1. About this time, it was that Philip, king of Macedon, was treacherously assaulted and slain at Agag by Parthians, the sons of Serates, who was derived from the family of Orestes, and his son Alexander succeeded him in the kingdom, who passing over the Hellespont overcame the generals of Darius' army, and a battle fought at Granacium. So he marched over Lydia and subdued Ionia, and overran Caria, and fell upon the places of Pamphylia, as had been related elsewhere. So
what's happening is, after they cross the Hellespont, they start taking down a lot of the jurisdictions, Pamphylia and all those different cities, Granicum, all those little cities and areas are in that Turkish landmass area. So they start wiping out significant strongholds that the Persians had in Turkey. So they're working their way east, okay? So as they're working their way east, and they're starting to get traction, in the middle of that, word's getting around the world that this Greek army is winning battles. They're winning battles. They won at Granicum. They said they marched over to Lydia, and they subdued Ionia, overran Caria and Pamphylia. So things are getting bad. So the whole world is like, okay, where are they coming down next? Yes, sir.
This is kind of similar to like I guess how King David prepared the way for Solomon. So is this Philip Alexander we're talking about? Preparing the way for.
This is just Alexander right here.
Okay.
This is all Alexander. He sat back here. Once his father died, he had to consolidate power in Greece. So the first thing he did was wipe out all of his enemies in Greece. Then everybody was locked into him, and he started working his way east. I think later on in this reading, it talks about how he ends up for the first time going at Darius, King Darius III, because he's the king. He's the last king of the Persian Empire, King Darius III. He meets them in Turkey also, and he loses that battle. Now he survives, but the Persians did weird stuff, bro. They brought their women to the battlefield.
Darius lost it.
Darius lost the battle, and they bring their women to the battlefield. So this guy got his butt whipped. Didn't realize he was going to get his butt whipped. He ran off because he was afraid. He's like, "Oh snap! My ribbon kids at the tent." This is what happened.
Yeah.
This is what they do. This is what the Persians do. They wear all this damn makeup on and they roll like what are you doing? So you go on the war. Your ladies up at the hilltop watching the fight. Stuff gets hairy. You skeet out before you get killed. You go east. Your rib is west. So Alexander got your girl. That's really what happened, huh?
Yeah.
And then
He took his girl and his kids.
The Persians also fight with wicker shields. They have sub quality weaponry, man. You can't fight a Greek army that's using metal shields with some wicker shields.
Well, it worked for 200 years.
No.
Then all of a sudden it was over. Then all of a sudden it stopped working.
Wicker
That's the problem. It worked for some years,
Yeah.
and until it stopped working. Then all of a sudden somebody got a better skill than you.
Yeah.
What you gonna do? What are you gonna do in real time? It's no different than Russia right now with their weaponry, and they're changing warfare in real time. So what do? Okay, now all of a sudden it's drone warfare. Now missile defense systems are more valuable, and ground fighting is the new thing. United States don't have ground fighting really, except for their elite soldiers. Then you got missile defense and air defense is the thing. America's air defense isn't as durable. They say that their HIMARS systems are very delicate, and they can't handle different terrain and different conditions. Even their trucks and their weaponry can't handle the terrain up in Europe. It was built for the sand in the desert. But now warfare has changed like this. And how can they sit? But they put millions of dollars into a one way of fighting, and that style don't work no more. Now you're in a trick bag. Because how are you going to sit back here in the middle of a war and change all of your weaponry and all of your weapon systems on the fly? The drone warfare is messing up the HIMARS systems, which is air missile defense.
And then you throw in 11,000 North Korean troops. It's another,
what they say.
It's another battle.
That's what they say,
Yeah.
but nobody's ever shown proof in the battlefield. That's all I'm going to say. Because they'll sit back here, you see pictures of like Frenchies with the little Frenchie suits on.
Yeah.
You'll see Frenchie patches.
Oh, yeah.
You'll see Canada patches.
Yeah.
You'll see Columbia patches. These mercs represent their country. I have yet to see North Korea DKR patches
Yeah.
and Korean faces, because there's these reports that the Ukrainians killed all of these North Koreans, but there's no pictures.
They say they're wearing Russian uniforms.
Then let's see their faces. You can't. You know their faces. They're either Russian or they're Korean.
Yeah.
It's not like you're gonna see this blend of white Korean going on here. There's gonna be Korean faces. If it was real, I would like to see it. Because what I do know is Russia has a 1 million man army. So if I got a 1 million man army, do I need 10,000 Koreans?
No.
Do I really need them? Or if they're there for training.
Yeah. They said they're learning drone warfare.
There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm gonna tell you, the drone warfare is what's jacking people up. If I'm shooting my bombs, and I'm shooting these drones in the middle of the bombs, that messes up all the systems. So they don't know what to attack. So they're attacking the drones, and the bombs come right by them. Boom.
Yep.
They're having problems with those systems. And then anyway, I can talk about that. I will be here talking about Russia and Ukraine forever. But why am I bringing that out? Warfare evolves, weaponry evolves, and ultimately, the different principalities on one side, the Most High or the spirits want one set of principalities to take over the other set of principalities. It was just their time.
Nope.
Wicker weapons, wicker shields is whack.
That's whack, bro.
But you know what? Most I let it flow for a little bit.
Yeah, they're lighter. You can carry them further. You can move faster when you got a wicker shield. But that's not effective when you got real metal coming at you.
It was just like us. Listen, how long can we keep fighting in 1,000 against 10,000? How long was that going to work?
Yep.
Most High was with us, but Most High would have had to have kept evolving us to stay on top of the rest of the world if he wanted us to stay on top and win. So the Most High uses that technology, and he allows the spirits, because when you sit back and understand things, there's a certain principality that backs up every country and nation. Okay? You read about that in the book of Daniel, where it says that Christ had to go to war against the principality of Persia. Well, he lets you know that there's certain forces that defend and fight for each country and each nation.
Angelic
Hell,
force.
just like Michael defends us. Let's read Daniel 12:1.
Daniel 12 and verse 1.
Yep.
And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people.
He says, Michael, the archangel of war, stands up for the children of Israel. He is our principality in war. Now, there's other principalities for different countries when it's their wartime. We got Michael. Well, we still got that. But most people be like, listen, man, they ain't living right, so Michael, you got to sit on the bench, man. You got to sit on the bench, Mike. You got to sit on the bench, and it ain't going to work out today.
They sinning.
They sinning. So I can't let you. I can't let you really flex on these other dudes. But it's really when Christ said, "Whatever is on earth is in heaven," it's the same thing. There's many times in history when we saw spirits in heaven fighting.
Yep.
So it's time. The Most High is giving the Greeks and is defending the Greeks. Hell, Michael was fighting with Christ to defend the Greeks as it was time to break down the Persian and Mede Empire. Okay, so this is what's happening at this time. So the principalities of the Greeks are finally starting to win. Because listen, there's a Netflix series that talks about Alexander and how he defeated the Persian Mede Empire. And listen, bro, they're sitting back here and making like Alexander was the baddest white man on earth, man, the coldest military genius. The Lord was with him. What I do know for a fact about Alexander, he had a reverence for the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
Now, he was all into other idols. Don't get it twisted. He was an idolater. He dealt with the Greeks, the Greek gods, the Egyptian gods. He was into all idolatries and signs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he had a respect and a reverence for the spiritual realm. And that was why the Most High worked with him. But when you saw these victories and how he won, it was like, what? You were lucky. You just went straight ahead and you won? Most of the victories was based upon, I'm going straight ahead at a weak spot that I think and I hope this works out. And then Darius was like, with his little mascara, was like this. Get out of here! And then what they don't tell you is that the final battle, when they got to, when they finally got wiped out, the night before it was a blood moon.
Yeah.
So everybody was spooked out. All the Persian army was like, man, this is a bad omen. We ain't winning this. I don't see this working out tomorrow morning. Look at the sky. It's red. The moon is red. That means we're going to take it out.
Yep.
Because a lot of these people, Operating those boogeyman rules, Zach. it was boogeyman rules, Zach. Listen, I can have confidence in my sword and my wicker shield as long as that moon ain't red. Like, why is that moon fire? That ain't good for me. That ain't good for me or my children. Should I desert? What should I do? I'm dead serious. I'm watching this thing, and I'm like, it's not even like this dude is a military genius. He's just going straight at dudes, and they're folding. It was the Most High's will. It was no different than some of the wins we got. We didn't get wins because we were just the coldest son of a guns on earth. The Lord was with us. What people don't realize, even when we were fighting the Greeks during Antiochus Epiphanes, the majority of the army had to go to the Far East because there was some tumults there. We were lucky we dodged bullets. 50 to 100,000 men had to go east. Imagine if they were all against us. The Most High would have got us out of it. But what's the point? Most High's moving in all these things. Remember when we beat I think it was the Assyrian Empire, and how there was an omen because rats had eaten all the leatherite of the weaponry,
the shield, yeah,
and all the Assyrians got spooked out. Like, man, this shit ain't a good sign. All this rat poop, this black leather poop that these rats have eaten out, and all this shit's infected.
Yep.
Then they got sick. Then they died before they got to war. It was a blasting, and that was the Most High. The Most High was hit them with sickness, hit them with omens, and they're spooked out. Yeah.
Like when the Most High reflected the sun over the horizon, it looked like it was like a blood river.
Brother. Yeah. A bunch of scenarios like that. So this is what's happening.
Matter of fact, we can read Isaiah 47:13.
Isaiah 47, verse 13. It says, "Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels."
He said, the Most High will make sure that even though you may have war councils, you may have war generals, you may have a lot of these nations specifically have sorcery. They use sorcery to get answers. And Alexander the Greek also used sorcery as well. He would often go to Athens, Greece, at the Temple of Delphi to get a particular reading. But the Most High said what?
"Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels.
Go ahead.
Let now the astrologer."
He said the Most High is going to, as you depend on your astrologers, you're trying to tell time, is this the best time to go to war? And they're going to check the stars and do a star reading and check the star map and find out, is this the best time to go to battle? Read on.
The stargazers.
He said, let the stargazers, what else?
The monthly
prognosticators. Monthly prognosticators to tell you what's going to happen in a few days and a few weeks. Read the almanac. Read on.
Stand up.
He said, let them stand up. Read on.
And save thee
He
from
said,
these things.
He said, let them save you from these things. Because that's what the Most High knows, that the nation's power, that's the power that they use. They tap into stars. They tap into astrology. They read palms. They do tarot card readings. They consult with the dead. They do necromancy. They do these specifically in the Temple of Delphi. They have virgin women inhale volcanic gases, and if they live, it's a good sign. If the virgin women die after they inhale the volcanic gas, that's a bad sign. You don't go to war. But the Most High said, use your sorcery, use your magic, use your magicians. It's not going to work. Let them defend you. It's not going to work. So if either the Most High is with you or he's against you. And that's what a lot of nations do.
Okay. So, let's continue in our reading. Let's get paragraph 2. We're going to read to the quarter part, and then we're going to kind of explain it a little bit.
The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 11, Chapter 8, Paragraph 2. But the elders of Jerusalem, being very uneasy that the brother of Jediah, the high priest, though married to a foreigner, should be a partner with him in the high priest.
So hell yeah, they're sitting back here like, listen, we're at a very difficult time politically. We don't know what's going to be happening with these Greeks. Logically, an army don't go straight into the middle of the damn wilderness to go fight. They stay along the coastlines and work their way down the coastlines, build up strength, build up armies, and then work their way out to take out the Persians. That's just logical military thinking. Once you get out of Turkey, you go down. And what's down is you get to like the Tyrian Zidonian lands,
Phoenicians,
Phoenicia. Then you get down to the Philistines. Then they might go through Israel. They will go to the Samaritan lands, then work their way down to Egypt. This is that point of contact where most armies kind of will take out first before they go east. Because you know what they got to do? Before they go get the big country, they got to get the tributes and the money leading up.
Oh.
So I got to take these small countries out, raid their resources, get their food, get their gold to keep paying these men to keep pushing forward. So I got to take small chunks out of the Persian Mede Empire as we're getting up to the big battle that might eventually be in Persia. So the Hebrew it's not even just the high priest, but it says the elders of Jerusalem being very uneasy that the brother of Jadua, the high priest, we read about that last week, that the brother of Jadua, I think his name was Manasseh, he was sitting back here and smiling and shucking and jiving with Sanballat and married his daughter. So he could come up. It was a second generation of high priests that were battling and struggling for what? Power. Even though Manasseh wasn't given the title and duty of high priest, he wanted power. He wanted respect. He fought for a position. So what's happening is, that's why the title of the class was dealing with the elders' integrity. Because the elders had to make a decision. Are we going to sit back here and let this negative dude cause the entire downfall of the nation? This is what they're thinking. Alexander's coming to us. Do we want to sit back here and deal with this dude, knowing that the nation is weak, because we got a weak-ass link at the top, this shucking and jiving Israelite that wants to marry foreign women and put the nation at risk? This is a real thing that the elders had to really contemplate, think about, and talk about.
A little leaven at the whole lump.
And this is how us as leadership has to sit back and think about. As we're moving forward, and the reality is this, it ain't even about the regular Israelite who's sinning and screwing up and Mr. Can't Get Right. There's going to be 1,000 Mr. Can't Get Rights in a nation. But the reality is, what about the leadership? The leadership can't have frays and weaknesses and problems in the midst of it. Leadership can't have that. The leadership, the ones that are representing the leadership of Israel, can't be breaking laws and getting weak and going left. It can't be that way, and there can't be any discrepancies at the top.
They set the wrong tone.
They can't set the wrong tone. Exactly. So this is the situation. So this is what the Jews are sitting back here and contemplating. What are we going to do? Are we spiritually prepared? Are we spiritually prepared to deal with these Greeks when they come down? Do we have the Most High on our side when these Greeks come down here? And if not, what do we got to do to cleanse everything around us so that the Most High will have our back? Because they have a real dilemma to ask themselves. They have to pay tribute to who? Persia. Alexander's coming. And they know Alexander's going to be doing what? We want your money.
Yep.
We want your tribute. And the $1 million question is going to be what? Who do you pay? Do you pay the Persian and Mede Empire? Or do you pay this upstart Greek empire? Remember, years ago, what do? We were supposed to pay the Babylonians, and we tricked it off and spent the money on the Egyptians.
For support.
Because we were like, we're going to hedge our bets and go Egypt. and we fell completely. The same thing happened with the northern kingdom. We hedged our bets and spent our money on the Egyptians instead of locking in and paying the Assyrians.
Yep.
So now we're in the same boat here. Saying, okay, what do we do? But it's going to explain itself.
Yeah.
But before we even deal with that part, we need to make sure the Most High is on our side. And are we going to sit back and take this risk with this dude who's marrying foreign women because he just wants power and control? Does that even make sense? No, it doesn't.
Can I ask this question, no war?
What's that?
Don't we see the common pattern of Israel always bets
Correct.
on the
Slide
wrong?
down. Slide down. Let my
Israel
lawyer.
always hedges their bets on the wrong interest or the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about ancient times, what Israel does in ancient times, but this is something that Israel does all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Israel always hedges their bet on some stupid notion, some fake hope idea that's not real. When Obama was coming in office, everybody said, "Hey, you know what, Obama, we're gonna make a change."
Who bought that whole T-shirt?
I didn't buy it. Yeah, a lot of Jews, though, a lot of Israelites sat there and was celebrating and crying with young Jesus and everybody else.
You bought that shirt out? I'm messing with you.
There's brothers who voted for Obama. There's brothers who voted for Obama, and they were really happy he made it. Then just
Tears of joy. Yeah.
tears of joy. Brothers celebrate. We got a black
My
man.
president's black, huh?
I'm
My
like-
Lambo's blue,
Like,
huh?
you're, I gotta pay rent no more. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
He didn't say that. You heard what you wanted to hear. You trying for a change? Change for what? Yes, sir.
No, I remember back in the day, they made a Coney Island out of his name, like in honor to him.
A Coney Island, what's that?
Like it's basically like a hot dog spot.
Okay.
But they named the Coney spot after his name when he became president. That's
Yeah.
how big it was.
That's how big it
I
was.
believe it because that's what he was into anyway. But keep going
And
now.
when you listen.
Shots fired.
Let me quiet that.
Shots fired.
That's the truth. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
He went this out and be that person.
Y'all threw it out there. I just responded to what you threw out there, my Waller. I'm sorry.
So Israel chose that then. When it came to Christ and Barabbas, Israel chose Barabbas. Israel, man, this Barabbas guy, he's a leader. He's a leader. He's a real leader of men. And they threw away Christ. But Israel does it every day with the truth. You have the truth and all the benefits. You see all the benefits that the truth is giving you. And Israel, in the back of their mind, has a plan B. And another idea that should work out better. They hedge their bets, and you know it's true because their conversation, their actions point to it and direct to it. And all it takes is an argument to get them to go make extreme moves. But it's just like the Greeks choosing the Egyptians. It's like us choosing the Egyptians.
Or chosen with dilemma. Do you take the safe play or the spiritual play?
Con.
Do you make this the decision that's based on integrity?
Yep.
Or do you make this decision based off of fear of loss? Because we're going to be facing that too.
That's facts.
Down the line. Do you make the decisions that are based upon integrity and living with the spiritual decision? Or do you make the play that saves your life temporarily? That buys you a little more time?
That's facts.
So the beautiful that's why I said about the elder's integrity, which is the beginning of the class. What do you stand on when you're facing danger? Look at imminent dangers coming down the pipeline. The Greeks are taking out all of you can see when a person on a winning streak. They knocked out 3 wars, pop, pop, pop. They're like, man, they're on their way down here. What are we gonna do? We got this suck out here chasing the nations, trying to make a political play. But the funny thing is, the high priest didn't even make this move. This wasn't even Jadua's move. This was the elders' move. Listen, the elders of the nation to say, listen, man, enough's enough. We're going to have to box this guy out. And we're going to have to push this guy and force him to make a decision in order to save the nation.
Yeah.
Okay? So,
Because of influence.
because that influence, and at the top, if you got 1 or 2 guys that ain't all the way into the direction you're going, it could cause the entire ship to sink. And this is what these elders understood. A little leaven leavens the entire lump.
Con.
If we're not all locked in the right spirit, we're susceptible to falling. Okay? Paragraph 2. What if I make it at the top?
The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 11, Chapter 8, Paragraph 2, page 305. But the elders of Jerusalem, being very uneasy that the brother of Jehoiada, the high priest, though married to a foreigner, should be a partner with him in the high priesthood.
But they started going at this dude. They started going at Manasseh, having counsel with him. Okay? Having counsel with Manasseh about his selfish decisions.
There you go.
How it's supposed to be. Finally, the elders came together and stood up for righteousness to save the nation. But even that, it takes near catastrophe to start shaking niggas out of their issues.
Facts.
And they start even having enough gumption to go to war for righteousness' sake. They knew he was messing with these nations a long time ago. But it took Israel being at the precipice of falling to sit back and start standing up for what's right. But that's us now.
That's too late.
We sit back here and let things slide. Week after week, month after month, until we gotta check somebody. That shows us about the weakness in us too.
Yep.
We don't check and correct and stand up for righteousness until there's no way out and you gotta do it. Or the sky's gonna fall if you don't do it.
Complete annihilation if I don't do this spiritual task.
Because a lot of times our nation, our people hate dealing with confrontation.
Huh?
They knew this dude was simping from the beginning. They knew he was jockeying for a position with the nation. They knew it a long time ago. And they just got out of a scenario from their fathers and from their uncle did the same thing. Why didn't they check him when he was courting the sister? Why didn't they check him when he was having secret or not secret, but out in the open meetings with Sanballat?
Good question.
Why weren't they checking it then?
Great question.
That's how we're supposed to lead camps. That's how we're supposed to deal in your house.
It's so extreme. Now something must be done.
And that's the problem.
The inflation is so bad now.
Oh, listen.
Something
I haven't
must
talked
be
to my
done.
wife in 3 months. I think we need to have a council.
3 months?
Damn, you think so?
90 days.
Now it's time for a council. Red alert. I had to lay on the gavel. All right, respect me in my house, woman.
Biblical judgment
Let's
time.
read the scriptures about you locking into me.
Where's your check?
Where's your check? You're not in order. Lock in, woman.
Yes.
But this is how we do. The problem is, this is why councils go from basic talking to extreme yelling. Because there's nothing in the middle. There's no, we need to have a talk about what's going on right now. You ever been in the house where you just avoid your partner for weeks and all of a sudden the tension just gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker, and the house is as thick as hell because you just avoid the problem? I don't want to deal with this bullshit. I want to go some sleep.
There's a strong layer.
I'm gonna say it again. I don't feel like dealing with this shit today. I'm gonna get some sleep.
Yep.
And then tomorrow, guess what happens? I'm gonna deal with this shit tomorrow. I'm tired. I got too much shit in my mind.
Yep.
And then a week later,
I got trouble.
I'm tired. I'm gonna go out, man. It's every reason not to deal with the elephant in the room, man. It is a goddamn elephant. It's like you can't even move around the house because this big ass pink elephant's all in the room. You move around like this because you can't get around because this elephant's around. Huh?
It's suffocating.
All right, that's my point. That's this big elephant, huh? And you just keep avoiding it, and you keep avoiding it, and then all of a sudden you just go to war. And then it's why are you yelling and screaming at me? Because nobody's talking about the problem.
It's in the room.
It happens all the time. It happens at B houses. It happens in our houses. It happens with families. Versus learning in life to address problems as they come. As they come. If we learn to embrace that more consistently, we will eliminate extreme blow-ups and extreme recourses to blow-ups. But most of the time, we avoid it because of slothfulness, the desire for rest, the desire to stay in our routine.
Or for a husband and wife, it's the fact that I know that if I blow up, there'll be no intimacy tonight.
That's another answer.
I'm gonna blow up the intimacy and the idea that there was gonna be some conjugal visit time, and I know if I
that don't even happen either.
Yeah, exactly. But if I blow the situation up, there'll be no intimacy, and that might last for a long time.
You gotta use wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdom, not vision. Wisdom. You gotta use wisdom, use wisdom.
Because you already know in a marriage that gets jeopardized. So, but you got to deal with the issue. You can't worry about all that. But men do, and
the question goes back to the same
thing. That's important to men.
Do we have integrity? Because we don't get. If there's not peace of mind in the house, it's not gonna be what you want anyway.
Yeah.
You're playing a fake game. It's just fake. You don't get the truest side of that person's spirit anyway. You got to deal with their spirit to get the best that you want in the flesh.
So
that's another thing too.
Just dealing with an entertaining representative is not.
You don't get what you want anyway. And if there's silence and there's no issue being addressed, the intimacy fades later anyway. Sooner than later.
Yeah.
That's the facts. Whether it's in that arena or it's in keeping a camp sustained, keeping a brother's house sustained, if issues aren't brought out and addressed in real time, the worst happens in a body, in a relationship, in a marriage, the whole nine. So they should have been jumping on this negative in Manasseh way earlier.
And when you don't check the negative, the person that you should have checked hates you anyway.
Exactly.
They hate you later.
They're going to hate you because you checked them, and they're going to hate you because you didn't check them.
Yep.
They're gonna hate.
So you might as well check. You might as well check it because you're gonna get hated either way.
You're gonna be just like they would.
I want to be hated.
You get hated because you're trying to consider their situation.
They actually hate you worse when you don't check them. They actually hate you worse later.
Yes,
it's
that's
better
what the
off
Bible says. Yeah. He that rebuketh afterwards will find more favor than he that flatters with the tongue.
Yep.
You're gonna be hated anyway, but you'll get hated even more because you told them what you want to hear to get what you want. The game, so to speak. The game people play to get what they want. That's only a short-term, momentary victory.
And you're letting this person fall behind their foolishness. Because what we don't want to do...
And then they'll make a mistake that there's no turning back from.
That's a big point. That's what men do. We're talking about ribs, so this is exactly what men do. Men have alternate plans, alternate ideas, and men follow other men that don't have any history of consistency and make bad decisions, and they ruin their families behind that. They crash their families, and they come back 2-3 years later, I made a mistake. We get it all the time.
Yeah.
We get the cycle. It's a 2-3 year cycle. They make dumb decisions, and they come back 3 years later like the dude in that movie, The Heartbeats. Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. He had a whole suit on. He was dripped. He was dipped. Then he comes back with a broken. His suit's all ripped up. Ties all ripped up. Afro's all crazy. And
his voice is destroyed too.
His voice is broken.
Gone.
His voice is broken. Hey brother, remember that song we used to sing, brother? That's what men do, because they make stupid decisions.
No doubt.
And you can't tell them anything, and then the leader sometimes avoids because they don't feel like arguing all day and be unhappy and not having no peace of mind. So they let men go into their infantile ways, infantile meaning childlike ways, because they don't understand the scriptures. And then they look up and they get their little cheese, and then you have to fill the
cheese.
They get their cheese, We also about the cheese, bro. You ate the cheese.
You ate the cheese. A lot of brothers eat the cheese.
Brothers eat the cheese. I got my little $500 extra. I got my little fucking 2 days of extra sleep. I got my little fake pursuit of woman that doesn't want to do it. That's what brothers do. And then 3 to 6 months later, I lost everything that matters. I'm depressed. I'm drinking. I'm sad. The brothers are over there. I'm over here. And then it takes a whole 1.5 to 2 years to come back around. And you come around that dirty suit on. That's what men do.
Hey, you talk about the olden days,
That's the facts. Or in modern days, you get the hey big head text. Hey big head. Out of nowhere, I still miss you. Who is this? This is a new number. Who's this? Oh, it's me, Erica. I say, oh, it's 3 years ago, Erica. What's going on with you? Oh man, you know, I've been having a hard life. It's like, I remember the good times we used to have. Brothers are the same thing with the Most High.
The
I
big
remember-
head though.
Hey, shalom, Mark. Shalom. How about you? I miss the brothers. I miss the good time we used to have. Of course.
The brotherhood, the brother.
But
When you was with the brothers, you hated the brothers.
The brothers.
When you was with the brothers, you hated the brothers.
You had the brothers. You had the brothers. You had the brothers. You had the men. You had all the spiritual blessings and protection and understanding, but you complained incessantly. And the man that was there argued with your foolishness, and you made your decision. Like we're in the scriptures. Integrity and the spiritual choice, or the temporary carnal choice that doesn't work long term. That's that forked road we all have to be in. But there's a cycle, and there's a 3-year cycle that men deal with. And everybody that runs a camp and has been in a camp long enough will see this cycle. You pick the slot you want to be in. What slot are you? Are you going to follow foolishness and come back around?
So this is the crazy thing is, we can't change that cycle. Israel will sit back here and run that cycle regardless. The elders in this story understand what can be controlled is leadership and who's allowed to maintain their position in leadership and represent the nation. Because ultimately, you can sit back here and read all throughout the Bible. No man can change another man sinning. No man can change Israel from living the right way or not. The Most High, when he's first judging a nation, he's judging the what?
Leaders.
He's judging the leaders. He's judging the elders. What did Ezekiel 9 talk about when it came to judgment? I think it's 9 and 4.
Sign and cry.
No, not sign and cry. Okay, yeah. It is sign. It's a little bit further past sign and crying, if I'm not mistaken. And it is. It's a little further. It says we're supposed to judge the elders of the house. Let me see. It's in that chapter. I just have to find.
Oh, it's 6.
Yeah.
Ezekiel 9 and 6. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, and women, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
Listen, the correction and the judgment starts with the ancient men and works its way down. Judgment starts with the elders and the ancient men. So this is why the elders are like, listen, man, before we sit back here and these Greeks come on our doorstep and we're going to have to make real serious integrity decisions, we better make sure our house is in order. Before judgment comes to us, we need to make sure that the leaders are on point and that there's no flaw amongst the Levite priesthood and the men that have to speak as being the representatives that are in front of the gates, that are the gates of the nation. Okay? This is where the mindset is. Okay? Continue. Into Josephus.
Yeah.
Cry, you gotta leave, bro.
The Antiquities of the Jews, book 11, chapter 8,
Mawala.
paragraph 2.
Just tell them to stay back for a little bit. Just a little bit, because you've been running around all day.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
But the elders of Jerusalem, being very uneasy, the brother of Jedaiah, the high priest, though married to a foreigner, should be a partner with him in the high priesthood, quarreled with him. For they esteemed this man's marriage a step to such as should be desirous of transgressing about the marriage of strange wives.
Yeah, they said, listen, man, this is transgression. And we can't let this transgressive as you know what be the downfall of the nation. We've been taking L's this whole time. Like, listen, we've been taking L's this whole time. We just built up the walls. We just got the walls built up like 100 years ago. For them to get broken down by Alexander? Do we really want to go down this path again?
Back to human trafficking and people just coming and taking children.
Do you really want somebody here to get ransacked and taken out by these Edomites, man?
No.
Because we got to want to sit back and marry foreigners and disgrace and spit on the laws of the Most High? Real quick, just a quick reminder. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 26 to 29.
Nehemiah 13 and verse 26.
A little louder, sir.
No, I'm asking.
13, verse 26, yes, sir.
Nehemiah 13 and verse 26. Right?
Yep.
Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his power. And the Most High made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our power, and marry strange wives?
Especially as the high priest, or the grandson of the high priest, to where you will eventually be the high priest. Why are we doing this? This happened literally a generation before, and we never learned a lesson from it. Read on.
28.
Yeah, and 29.
And one of the sons of Joadah, the son of Elisha, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat, the Horonite. Therefore I chased him from me.
One of the sons of Jehoiada, we read it last week. It was either Jonathan or it was the other brother Judas. And more than likely, it was Judas. And this is the issue. We already was marrying foreign women and going left. Okay? And then the next son did the same thing. The next family line was getting locked in with Sanballat because both of them were taking bribes. They were taking the bribes with the leader and the governor of Samaria so they can have a foothold and control in what was going on in Israel. Okay? So, read verse 29.
Verse 29. Remember them, O my power, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites.
So once again, this dude, Manasseh, defiled the priesthood. He's spitting on the morals and ethics of what the priesthood's supposed to operate in. No respect. Let that go and go back to the Josephus.
Line.
And that this would be.
Yes. And that this would be the beginning of a mutual society with foreigners.
What he's saying is, this would be the beginning of a mutual society with foreigners. The leadership keeps doing it, so the people are going to parakeet it.
Yep.
If the heads can sit back here and deal with foreign wives, why can't we do it? This was what Nehemiah was tripping on. We're going to have this integrated, United Colors of Benetton nation. And we're going to lose our morals and our ethics across the board.
The MLK way.
Listen, this is what cultural Marxism is all about. People don't even realize that the powers that be have been pushing integration for the last 20, 30 years with the purpose of defiling our blood and the nation's blood. They don't want any pure nations. They don't want any pure seed. They don't want any pure culture. They want a country without culture, without the Bible, without any belief systems. There's only one nation on earth that don't mix with people. And I ain't going to go into it online because we're going to get banned. But every other nation on earth, it is pushed to sit back here and mix. That is created by design. To sit back here and water down the gene pool. To eliminate nations. To eliminate culture. To eliminate the connection with the Heavenly Father. Anyway, this is what the elders of the nation are talking about in this instance. They're saying this man's actions will destroy the framework of the nation. Listen, where do you think these people that are creating this stuff is coming from? Where do you think these ideas are coming from? The same books we're reading. They understand that this integration will destroy us. Just like we understood that back then. Read on.
How-
Get
so
the
how-
scripture on this too.
Yeah.
Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 11. Start at verse 29.
My fault. Ecclesiastes 11 and verse 29.
Read that.
Gospel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bring not every man into thine house.
That's why it says you got to watch who you bring where.
Yeah.
Into thine house.
You got to pay attention to the quality and the individual, the mind frame, the morality of the people that you bring in your house, that you bring around you. Read on. Read on.
For the deceitful man hath many trains.
It says because you don't know what this person is coming with. Now, the elders that are against this illegal, illicit marriage, they could see that the marriage of foreigners is going to propagate a trend and establish a trend of us just accepting nations as wives,
Yep.
which goes against Deuteronomy chapter 7. And the Most High said, do away with them, kill them all, because they don't marry your sons to their daughters, nor your daughters to their sons.
Yep.
He said, for they will turn your heart away from me.
Yep.
But we're gonna push that away, and then we're gonna start adopting other cultures and other ways of living. Read on.
Verse 30. Like as a partridge, taken and kept in a cage.
It said, like a bird that's taken and kept in a cage. As soon as you open the door to a cage, the bird wants what?
Freedom.
He wants to get out. He wants to fly the way he wants to fly. He don't want to be in a cage. He wants freedom. He said, but when you let the wrong influence and the wrong spirit in your house, they want freedom in your house. Read on.
Wow.
It says, so is the heart of the proud.
It says, so is the heart of what?
The proud.
Read on.
And like as a spy.
It said, like a what?
Like as a spy.
Say you bring the wrong influence in your house, they're doing what the whole time?
Spy.
They're spying on you.
They want to know the cheese man.
Why are they spying on you the whole time? Read on.
Watch it. He for thy fall.
He said he watching for your what?
Your fall.
He's looking for weak points. He's looking for vulnerabilities. Read on.
For he lieth in wait.
Because he's lying in wait for what? Go ahead.
And turn the good into evil.
Because he's going to turn good into evil. So when you got a structure of priests, a leadership that's functioning A-OK, they don't need the nations. We're functioning independent. We got our walls up. We got a kingdom. We got Jerusalem. We got our prayers. We got our commandments. We got our laws. We're good. We don't need outside influence. Read on.
It says, and in the things worthy praise
It said, and the things worthy of praise, go ahead.
will lay blame upon
It
it.
said, you bring the wrong people in your house, and instead of being thankful and appreciative of what you're doing by showing them hospitality, they'll only point out what you do wrong. It's a wicked spirit.
Yep.
This is not just for the priest. This for any house.
Yep.
This for a household. This for a camp. This for anything.
Yep.
When you bring the wrong spirit with the wrong intentions, all they're gonna do is find fault with you,
Facts.
and they're gonna and the things that you deserve praise for opening the door for them, showing them hospitality. All they do is despise you
And talk behind your
and
back.
talk behind your back. Read on.
Verse 32.
And sit back here and try to get other people to turn their eyes
Of
against you
course,
too.
because this is the beginning of an insurrection.
Yep.
This is how you get an insurrection going. You get a couple of people that are dissenters,
Yep.
that are contrary to the direction that the house is going, and then next thing you know, you got a mob.
Yep.
And now you got an insurrection. Now it's an all-out war. Now we want to vote you out your house. And he's going to tell you that. Read on.
Of a spark of fire, a heap of coals.
It says all they keep doing is sparking what?
Fire.
Fire. They keep sparking up fire. They're trying to create a fire. How do you create a fire? You take little situations, you blow it out of proportion.
Exactly.
I can't believe you left the door open. I can't believe you left the shoes by the door. I can't believe you ate all the food. Trying to make a. They keep spark. You keep. Why are you waking me up at this time? You know why are you knocking on my door all hard?
Mm-hmm.
All you keep doing is what? Just little sparks, because they really want to start a fire.
Yep.
They're really trying to burn the house down, and they're doing it one little spark at a time. This is the interior of a wicked mind. When you bring them in your house, you don't get praise for that. You get the worst of somebody's perspective. Read on.
And a sinful man
It says a sinful man do what?
lays wait for blood.
He's waiting for the right opportunity to execute what he wants to do. And the priests know that you just can't bring no nation amongst the body into the temple.
Or strange man.
You're gonna weaken the quality and the caliber of the church body.
And this is, you know, what's crazy. They had vision beyond their time, because this was what was about to come to their doorstep, was Hellenism. This was the struggle that the entire nation was going to have to battle from this time forth. The integrating of society, the integrating of the culture of the Greeks with the culture of the Jews. And this is what they were trying to fight off and stave away from their nation. How do we keep our influence pure and sacred and not let these bastard nations push and impose their way on our way? Because when they impose their way on our way, that is the death of us. What do you think all of Maccabees was about? And let's not twist
the
it.
fighting of influence.
And really, it was half of us, more than half of us, wanted the influence.
Yes.
Yep.
That was the problem. Let's not get it twisted. Oh, the white man. No, we wanted that. We've been wanting that influence.
Like now.
Like now. Like then. We wanted the foreign way. We kept choosing it. And this is what the elder's job is to do, is to create that hedge and that protection from the people, to protect the people from their own self-destruction. And then if they want that self-destruction, let them get the hell out and we keep the doors closed. That's how you have to operate to save the few, to save the body. This is how we operate in the camp. Either we're going to keep things tight to protect and insulate the body, and if there's going to be these foreign elements, then these foreign elements got to go.
Be ejected out.
They got to go, and it's not even personal. Because what matters more than one or two or three people got to go is the whole integrity of the camp. That's the only thing that matters. And this is what these elders understood. The integrity and the strength of the body has to be salvaged by any means necessary. So if we got to isolate this rogue ass Manasseh, and that's what they did. They checked him, they went at him, and they made him make a choice. As you're going to read it later on. But keep going your point. It's a great point.
Read on.
Perfect. Verse 33. Take heed of mischievous man.
That's why I say pay attention to people that are not following you. They're there for the benefits. They're there for the opportunity. He said take heed of somebody that doesn't have the direction that you're going in mind. They got an alternative direction. And they got alternative wants and desires. Read on.
For he worketh wicked.
It said for he worketh what?
Wicked.
Because the whole objective is to get his way. Read on.
Lest he bring upon thee a perpetual blot.
And if you bring this influence in, if you're not careful about the influence you bring in your house, you're going to bring upon yourself a perpetual stain. You'll put a stain on what you're doing. You'll put a stain on your hospitality. You put a stain on your charity. You put a stain on your ability to show people love. People will say, you know what, that's not, you see what happened with that brother. You see what happened with that camp. That's why I don't belong in the camp. That's why I don't believe in the camp. That's why I don't believe in this. Look at this confusion that's going on in there. Read on.
34. Receive a stranger into thine house.
If somebody that's a stranger, you bring them in your house, they don't share a unified, consorted ideal about what direction we're going in the house, what we're building. They're not on board with you. They're not on the same page with you. He said, you bring a stranger into your house, what's going to happen?
And he will disturb thee.
He going to do what?
Disturb thee.
Yeah, there ain't going to be no peace. There will be no peace. You bring the wrong influence in your house, there will be no peace in the house. Read on.
And turn thee out of thine own.
And what he's going to do eventually is turn you out of your house.
Yep.
That ain't going to be your house no more. And this is why you got to check and isolate wickedness from all angles. You got to remove and be watchful and influences from all angles, because ultimately their goal is to remove you from your own house, which you have the authority, power, and rulership over your little micro dimension or dominion, and they'll take that from you, and they're going to have power. Because ultimately that's what they want.
It is funny, and this is what NGOs do all around the world. This is how countries get overthrown.
Can I read the definition? It's fire with one point. Disturb. To move from any regular course or operation. To interrupt. To make irregular. To agitate. Disquiet. To excite uneasiness. To decompose. To stir. To tumult. to disorder, to trouble. These are all the factors that are associated with those spirits.
Yeah.
And this is how you overthrow a house, overthrow a city, overthrow a country.
Yep.
And then you know how many times we've been told, yeah, man, you just being overbearing, over controlling. Well, yeah, of course. To a person who wants to do what they want to do, we are overbearing and controlling. For a person who wants to change the culture of a camp, yeah, we're controlling. This is no different than what they sit back here and they call Putin. Oh, you're a dictator. Because we don't let NGOs come in here and sit back here and just do what they want to do and destroy the country from within. Because that's what was happening.
Change a house you didn't buy.
They'll sit back here. They have allowed. They allow. This is why I guess the powers that be are having such a problem with. There's a new law that the Russians and these other countries in Europe are trying to impose. What they're trying to do is say, listen, all of this foreign aid and all these foreign organizations that are coming into different countries to provide humanitarian aid. Now they're talking about creating a law to make them disclose where the financing sources are coming from of these humanitarian aid.
They don't like that.
And they're sitting back here and getting angry over the idea that we have to disclose where this money's coming from.
George Soros.
But what they don't want to tell you is coming from America. It's coming from the CIA. And this is how they sit back here. They go in, they build the trust of people in the city. They provide aid. They're helping the little babies out. They have little places where little huts where they can give the babies medicine and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden, a few months later, there's these pamphlets coming out with the fist out like this, talking about anti this government. There is the whole Arab Spring was all about that. All these different countries in the Arabian countries, now they're sitting back here saying that their methods and ways are all messed up. And you know what they were doing? They were inciting riots.
Yep.
What they were doing is teaching all the college students how to aggravate the policemen, how to protest, how to aggravate them, how to get them to sit back and make the first punch, and then film it.
And then start a political
and
party.
then put it all on the website. Everybody around the world can see how bad these guys are. And they keep inciting the armies and the military and the governments, and when they use force to control it, everything's out of control. And before you know it, they get ousted or killed, and a new government gets in place who had already been trained by the United States and CIA. They're just waiting in the wings in another country. There is a female president that is in Estonia, and she's Belarusian, and they're just waiting to take out Lukashenko and just put her in. And all around the world, there's different puppet leaders ready to get put into the position of the countries they want.
Of politicians.
This is what they did in Maidan in Ukraine. They started this riot. They hired Ukrainian military to shoot at the people, and they said it was Russian people. And then all of a sudden they say it's the big bad Russians, but they were really United States CIA ops or Ukrainian paid military guys to shoot the people, and all of a sudden they put it on the news and say it was the Russians that were against the Ukrainians having free and peaceful protests. This is the game that's been used to overthrow countries. This is the whole scenario. Even I don't know if you heard about that situation with in Tiananmen Square.
Yep, China.
When they said all these Chinese people were sitting back here and protesting against the government, they were Soros backed. Even back in the 80s. Nobody tells you who backed these coups. And from that time on, the Chinese says George Soros cannot come in this country. And nothing that no organization he backs can come to the country.
Cool.
But you know what they'll say? Oh, they're communists. They're against democracy. Yeah. They're against freedom. They're trying to keep negative influences from destroying their country.
So ask Ghana, Kenya, Burkina Faso, what does it take to receive $100 million of help? You got to put up a rainbow flag.
Done.
Yep.
If you want the money, you got to put that flag up.
And you don't think every time they can, they're bringing infiltrators in there to kind of overthrow the country from within? This is what countries have to fight and battle against.
Influence.
You have a position, you have your country, and they're going to keep financing these little groups to come in and destroy it and eat it away from the inside. And when you make the smart play and box out these influences, now you're called a dictator. But you're really smart, and you're preserving the strength of your country.
Or the strength of your house.
That's the gate. Or the strength of your house. Or the strength of your camp. Or the strength of your church. It's the same concept.
Yep.
When you just don't let everybody just come in and bring their filth, you're a bad guy. Bringing their garbage and their negative ideologies, you're a bad guy. Just like these world leaders that aren't taking that crap anymore. Every revolution, the Orange Revolution, the Tulip Revolution, the Denim Revolution, all those the Rose Revolution, all of it was manufactured, CIA-based, think tank-based, and financed by outside sources that their job is to break down and destroy governments.
For the purpose of economic exception.
Exactly.
To blow up financially.
To make more money.
What Soros does is he bets against the currency of the nation.
Knowing they're about to fall.
What he does, he sends groups in and breaks down the politics of the culture, the politics of the nation, and the economy of the nation. And then what he does, he puts a multi-million-dollar bet or multi-billion-dollar bet against the currency. When the currency collapses, he becomes mega rich. That's his outcome. That's his pay for what he's doing.
He's one of the many. He's one of the many.
Yeah, he's one of the best.
He destabilizes. He's one of many. But everybody's got their hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
I've shown you the picture many times. Project Ukraine is a multi-trillion-dollar move. That's why they're going for it. And it's one step later to a hundreds of trillions of dollars waiting in Russia if they can break that. If they can break crack that egg.
It's big money.
Anyway, so this is how countries on a geopolitical level are broken down. This is how households are broken down. This is how camps are broken down. It's the same divide and conquer.
Yep.
Come in like I'm trying to help, but really subvert the established order.
Or I'm appreciative of the help, but I'm really not.
I'm really not.
I'm coming in like I'm here to help and support and be appreciative, but really I'm going to sit back here and just tear down and attack why it's got to be this way.
And the scripture says where good is, evil is present. The purpose of it is to draw, the scripture says to draw, men want to draw disciples after themselves.
Come.
Satan empowers men, because he has his job. Satan has his job too, to penetrate the good. And the men that don't study, they aren't locked into the book, they have all his opinions and emotions, they coagulate and connect to outside forces, and they're pulled out the truth. That's how the Most High. That's how the Most High allows it to happen, because it's your job to defend your faith.
Yep.
It's your job to know the book. It's your job to know your history. It's your job to have common sense.
And it's your job to choose strength and integrity.
It's your job.
And a lot of us don't choose strength and integrity. We choose what feels good and what's comfortable.
And what that shows is where you're at spiritually.
Done. Okay. You got more in there?
That's it.
Let's continue into Josephus.
I love that point.
Yes, great point.
You know, I've always with that point. I've looked at it from a point of, just people entering houses, but it happens on all levels.
God. It's multi-tiered. Let's get that.
The Accusers of the Jews, Book 11, Chapter 8, line 308. Although the offense of some about marriages and their having married wives that were not of their own country have been an occasion of their former captivity and of the miseries they then underwent.
So what they're saying is they're bringing those bad habits that we got from Babylon. We're bringing those bad habits back to the new nation. For some reason, we just can't just learn to appreciate. You know what this really boils down? When it's about whether you're dealing with foreign women, dealing with foreign influences, it's all about how come you're not happy with what the Most High said you can have. It really boils down to that. How come we just can't be appreciative with the blessings the Most High gave us in our life? Why is something strange so awesome? That's really the question. But it's not just with women. It's in all things in life.
But it manifests in women, though.
More times than not.
Yeah.
Why is strange better?
Different color, different texture.
I'm not going to say that. But what I'm saying is
variety is the spice of life. That's what they say.
But it's women. It's just what men want to do.
Yeah.
We want something just that we can't have. And I'm not talking about just with women. I'm talking about everything in life. Listen, we're not happy with the car we got. We're not happy with the life we have, the clothes we have. The choice of decision of life we chose. We're not happy.
Yep.
This is just the issue with men, we are ungrateful. And women too. We're ungrateful.
Mhm.
We're not appreciative of what the Lord gave us.
Come.
That's the issue. Why else would I not be appreciative with what the Most High has right in front of my face?
Because we're not satisfied.
It's because the flesh is never satisfied.
Nope.
So whatever we experience in Babylon, the idea that we can have more or different than what we have, spoiled us, and it ruined us, and it weakened us. Let's continue.
God. It says, so they commanded Manasseh to divorce his wife.
See, listen, they sat back here and said, listen, bro,
They kept it real.
you have to let this broad go, or you have to give up your position. Which one is it? You gonna sit back and live with them weirdos in Samaria
Yeah.
and follow this weird ass belief system?
Yeah. They got some things going
Or
on.
you gonna sit back here and let this broad go and just say, man, I gotta cut her off for God's sake. But you won't have to make a decision. But this is what it takes. This is the challenge that it takes to lead. You got to make uncomfortable decisions. You have to push men to uncomfortable choices. Sometimes, for the sake of the body, hey man, you make this choice, you got to go. Either you make the spiritual choice, or for the sake of the nation, you got to kick rocks.
Sure.
This is what it takes. This is the challenge in leadership in your home, in a camp, anywhere, at the job. It's all about making tough decisions based on integrity. Now, a carnal man will look at it and say, "Oh yeah, you just trying to be the hot shot. You trying to be the HNIC out here.
Well, how about this?
You just want to be the HNI. I know that's what you want. You want to be the big boss man, huh? Okay,
Yep.
Captain.
It's been done before.
Captain, my captain.
Listen.
Okay, Mr. Kang,
It's been-
Mr. Boss Man.
Yeah.
It's been done before. We've seen schools, us included, but I've seen outside schools too, where they let foreign elements come to their household, come in their school, and then their school
And wreck it.
their school gets dilapidates, breaks down,
Listen.
and then it
I ain't gonna say what I'm
splits.
saying.
I'm not gonna go there. No,
I was about to. That's why I'm stopping.
I'm going from an outside perspective.
I am too.
But
Shoot.
But-
we had summits and people want to take men from our camp. How about that?
yeah,
We had summits and they was there for 3 days. They wanted to take men from the camp after talking to us for 3 days. What kind of crap was that? I thought a summit was about unity.
a unity summit.
How is it about unity and you got people in there saying, come to our camp? What the hell is that? Is that unity?
Nope.
That's not unity. That's the opposite of it. If I'm coming to another camp, well, I'm going to say, hey man, you're such a good brother. You should leave the camp you're at and come with me. What kind of spirit is that? Seriously. Is that the spirit of Christ?
No, sir.
That is the spirit of Satan. So that was the spirit of Satan in a unity camp. Am I lying? Huh?
That's competence, weakness.
I'm going to say Satan. I like how that sounds.
And it's more clear.
It's the spirit of Satan. It's the spirit of the devil.
Penetrate.
I'm going to come in here. This is not my camp. I'm going to talk to me. You got to come to our camp. What the hell's going on? What's so special about your camp that you got to leave the camp you're doing the work in? Why take the fruit of a man that was built here?
And the camp's stable.
And
It's not like the camp was on fire and breaking down.
crazy, bro. That's crazy.
There's stability here and there's order here, and that's when men say, you know what?
And it's not like a brother say, hey, can I go to your camp?
Right.
No, we're doing our thing. We're just communing as brothers. You know what? Why don't you come with us? You coming with. What kind of craziness is this, huh? Brother, I'm
sell
sorry.
your house.
This is the truth. This is
jump
the essence of negativity. Masked under the guise of brotherhood.
That's why we don't fall for that.
And that's why there's no more summits in San Antonio.
And
I tell you that for damn
more
sure.
parties in LA.
There will be no more. There will be
And
no more parties in LA.
summits
No more parties in San Antonio. With these outside guys. It's not happening for that reason. Keep going, bro. I'm sorry. Somebody had something to say. Okay. Or you say what? What did he say?
I was gonna stop last time. I'm just joking.
The South just said it. That's what the South just said it. Yes, they did have something to say. The South did have something to say.
Andre 3K.
SOT3K. Anyway, let's keep going to Josephus.
So they commanded Manasseh to divorce his wife, or not to approach the altar. The high priest himself joining.
So you see, the option was this. Listen, either you get rid of that gal, and you can keep being a priest, Or you gonna sit back here and go deal with that gal. You ain't touching this. You ain't touching this altar no more. You ain't touching this temple no more. You out of here. And you know what the truth is? That's fair.
Why is it fair?
Because you know what the truth is? You can't make a man change. You got to give a person options. Either you choose this life and all the consequences and the pros and cons that come with it, or choose your life and deal with the consequences of that. You can't have it both ways. Israel wants it both ways. This guy Manasseh wants to have his nation, his foreign gal, and still get the prestige of serving the Most High. And so either you're going to choose the spiritual prestige and position and give up what you want in the flesh, or choose the flesh, get your dame, and lose the spiritual prestige of doing the work of the Most High. That's your choice. And a good leader will push a man to that decision every single time. If you're really about the spirit and you're really about the sanctity of the nation.
And it's not about control, because you had the freedom to choose. The Most High does the same thing with Israel.
But that's the point. You choose the spiritual path or the carnal path.
The Most High people get mad at the Most High because He gave us free will. Well, you have to have free will, because if you don't give free will, then you made me do it.
That's the point.
I didn't want to do it.
Yep.
I mean, I'm here, but I feel like I was
Most High got
forced.
You ain't never heard
I don't hear
that?
that no more, bro.
Listen, you ain't.
Never again.
Listen, you take this or this. If you don't want to be here, I'm going to chunk a big do something to you. Either I'll see you or I won't. It don't even matter. Listen, I'm here for the people that are here. Simple as that. Listen, if you're not here, I don't hate you. You're just not here. It's like, you have to be like this. I'm about the people here. And then when people want to come back, hey, bro, how you doing? Oh, you want to be here? Okay, you're not here. That's how it's got to be.
Because you can't.
It's not emotional. It's not anger.
You can't take your
It's
eye
not even
off your
personal.
sheep.
It's not personal.
It's not personal.
It's here. If you're in our periphery, you'll get our attention. If you're not in the periphery, you're not going to get the attention. It's that simple.
Because no man can serve two masters. I play that game. I did the brothers are here, and let me focus on people on the outside.
No.
And I'm doing it
You're using your periphery?
because of
Peripheral
emotion.
vision?
Emotion like
this.
You think about the past, you get emotional, you think about trying to help people, heal people, and bring people back to the Most High in Christ, and you have this idea of this mission to save spirits that don't want to be saved. But then as you're on this pursuit, the sheep that are trying to serve the Most High, they're getting neglected. They're getting forgotten. There's issues that are getting passed by and over there. There's oversights amongst the men. Mm-hmm. And then the integrity of the sheep starts to diminish. And then wolves come amongst the sheep that you don't see because you're focused on, you're a distracted shepherd.
You want to sit back and talk about the olden days.
Yeah, it's the old day conversation.
Listen, bro, I don't got time to talk about the olden days. We got the new days. I don't got time to reminisce. We don't got to talk about the 90s, man. Oh, the 90s. We was doing things in the 90s. Damn, we're in the 2020s. Can we talk about we got to get this go time?
It really is. And this is why you have to have focused shepherds, focused officers, and focused husbands. And when your mind's on other things and you're not concerned for men that have households, men that have babies under them and family under them, if your mind's not on your sheep and on the people that matter in your household because you're distracted by other things, their blood is on your hands. When you make that carnal choice, that foreign decision, that carnal decision, the people that are with you are the sacrifice. They are the sacrifice of your decision. Men don't want to talk about that. Your people are the sacrifice of your stupidity. And when I say stupidity, the carnal choice is the stupidity. It's not my personal opinion.
Yep.
The carnal choice, the blood is the children, the women, and their future.
Yep.
So if you don't take it serious, when you answer to God, when you have to wake up, when you all die and you wake up, Most High going to hold you, He'll going to charge you for you allowing your sheep to be slain. Just like the elders here on the podium, we're nobody, but the Most High going to charge us for letting the sheep that we're responsible for, letting them fall apart because we have alternate pursuits and we have other dreams and I don't feel like a man unless I have other pursuits. I need a vacation and I need time for me. And what about the old days? The people in this classroom will diminish over time. And we'll be held accountable. Just like these priests, if they didn't make this guy make a decision.
And this is what you're seeing is it took all of the elders to box this man into a position. There is a difference between how things happen here versus how things happen with Jonathan and Jesus. How come they didn't hit him? How come they didn't hit Jesus up about the foreign wives?
Good question.
I said, how come they didn't do that? How come all the elders didn't surround Jesus? Listen, bro, you can't do this. Either you give this position, or and keep your position, or keep your woman, or choose your job and give the woman. How come we didn't do that then?
Was it bashfulness?
I don't have the answer. All I know is their lack of standing up for what's right put Jonathan in a position to kill his brother. Jonathan was wrong for it. But why didn't the elders come together and surround this guy and hem him up? It was the elders' responsibility. This is why it's so important to have elders that are all locked in the same direction, so the judgment can be in the right spirit. So, read so they commanded Manasseh real quick from the top.
God. So they commanded Manasseh to divorce his wife, or not to approach the altar. The high priest himself, joining with the people in their indignation against his brother.
So it's easier for Jaddua to sit back and back all the elders' play because he's got the backing of all the elders. It's not just big bro versus little bro arguing over a position.
No.
The whole leadership, like, listen, but you can't do this anymore. You are putting the entire nation at risk by your selfishness.
It can't be one guy.
Kinda. So they came together as elders and boxed Manasseh in the corner and say, you losing your job if you keep this dame.
Make a choice.
Make a choice. Like leaders are supposed to do. Push a man to a decision.
But you know that whoever makes that bad choice, if he chose to make a bad decision, you can't be mad at the results. Because that's what men do.
Yep.
You know, there's been times where brothers have left the camp, became homeless, lived behind trash cans, and slept and snuck in the hotel lobbies.
Yes.
Snuck in hotel lobbies and slept in the lobby and try to steal the free breakfast at the hotels in the morning.
The continental
breakfast. And then call back and be mad. How come you didn't come get me?
And
How you didn't check on me when I was homeless? Brother, you chose the freedom. You chose to remove yourself from the protection of where you ate good as a body. Now you chose freedom, and that you got mad because your choice failed you.
You were eating fish, and he was eating fried green tomatoes.
Fish with the eyes still on it. I'm talking about the whole fish. Look at.
I see.
Yeah, I'm talking the big. Yeah, the whole fish. Not
You
even
took me out, man.
I'm talking about the whole fish, brother.
Why'd you kill me, dog?
Yeah.
Why'd you kill me, dog? I don't like how this is feeling, dog.
You talking with him, and I'm talking about you. Brother was living good.
I remember that guy.
Brothers living great. Whole fish, whole big old salmon, whole things.
Yeah,
$40 piece.
But then you're mad that we're not chasing you.
That we didn't chase you,
brother. Where did you go?
To the streets. And then
where did you go?
And really mad about it. About like how come y'all didn't come see me? How come y'all didn't check on me? Like, brother, you chose the streets. Now you're mad because your life didn't pan out because you made a bad choice. Now we're the enemies. We're the problem. You made that decision. You made your bed, lay in it.
Yep.
But a lot of people can't accept that. They can't accept making a bad decision, then the decision failing, and then how come y'all weren't brothers enough to check? Brother, we were brothers.
Well, you know what the school was? How come we didn't come to the school?
Exactly.
But see, you got pride. You don't want to say I got pride.
That's exactly what it is.
You got to come to me first.
Yeah, y'all didn't seek me.
I didn't hear that. Yes, sir.
The prodigal son, the parable of the prodigal son, he also had a loving father.
Yep.
So that father allowed him to go out there and make his
yes.
in the world, but he also had to humble down. That prodigal son had to come back.
He had to come back.
Accept the fact that he made a mistake, and then admit his mistake, and then say, "Can I please join the service again?"
And then if we would have turned our back after he came back to us, then we would have been at fault. But if you don't come around, we supposed to be hunting for you. Okay. Let me sit back here and do my weekly update of the you know what's who left.
Yep.
Where is this brother doing? What's this brother doing? Oh, come on, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
30 for 30.
Exactly. Where are they now?
Where are they now?
That's a real thing.
Listen, if they want to come back, they'll come back. If not, good luck to you. And this is not about, once again, this position is not about ego or pride or anger or I'm frustrated at you. You got to go seek your joy. Because ultimately, if you're here and you're not happy, you should probably go where you're going to go and be happy. Or you better quickly find happiness here before the Most High removes you. That's the truth. This is about having the willingness to serve the Most High. There's a lot of men that go through these doors and they're dragging ass every day and they're not loving any minute of this. For those brothers who are like that or angry and always unhappy, you might want to find another occupation. Just know when you make the other occupation, what you're doing in that other occupation might not be enough to get you to the kingdom. I'm not saying it ain't, but I'm not saying it is either. I guess the scripture I always think about is the righteous will scarcely be saved. The guy that in his head is maxing himself out is barely going to make it. The guy in his head that is maxing himself out in his mind is barely going to make it. Are we maxing ourselves out?
Nah.
So listen, if you think living a chill, comfy life is maxing yourself out, got another thing coming. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah. So, whereupon Manasseh came to his father-in-law, Sanballat.
Sambalot. We've heard Sambalot for damn 150 years.
He's got a bad guy. Who is this?
Sambalot's the name of a governor.
Like a
It's a position. Like Darth Sidious. This guy just lives forever. No, Sambalot is a governor name. It has to be. There's no way this is the same guy living at. Yeah. This is Governor like Sambalot.
I remember John Nehemiah.
I remember your great grandfather.
I hated him.
He gave me money. He gave me money. He let me stay at his place. Listen, let me stop. Listen, this is the name of a governor. It's a position. Read on.
And told him that although he loved his daughter Nicaso, yet was he not willing to be deprived of his sacerdotal dignity.
His sacerdotal dignity. That is his priesthood position.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's I can't give him my priesthood position. I'm into it, but I can't do it, man. I gotta give it back, man. Sorry,
I'm
man.
gonna miss him, man.
Well, listen,
Kiss the babies.
Yeah.
You know who went
I gotta give it back.
But you know who went to that also? Abraham, bro. Abraham was told, "Hey, let her go."
Abraham.
Hey, was it Abraham?
Oh, Hagar. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just double check.
I'm trying to think of the story in the Revelation.
No, listen. That was a hard thing to do.
That was Sarah didn't want her around.
Yeah. Sarah said it.
Kiss
the Most High
Ishmael.
confirmed it.
Kiss Ishmael and give her. He loved Hagar.
Some bread and water out.
Give her some bread and give her some water out. She was in his house for years and they had a relationship.
Yeah.
Until they walk in the infinite desert out.
Yeah. And right now,
that's tough.
The entire heads of the camp gave him a choice. Listen, bro, give your priesthood and keep her, or keep your priesthood and give her up.
Don't take that garment with you though.
Yeah, you're gonna take all them linens, keep the linens here, bro.
Yeah.
So he sat back here, talked to Sambalot, and said, I gotta give her up. I can't keep her. Which means that solidarity works.
Wow.
But read on, to a degree.
God. Yet he was not willing to be deprived of his sacerdotal dignity on her account, which was the principal dignity in their nation.
It's the principal dignity of our nation if we uphold it.
But cats will,
if we uphold it,
people will sneak in their little lust and their little desires if you let them.
That's why I said if you hold on to that dignity, it can be maintained. But what is it saying? A standard has to be set.
Yeah.
And there can't be a deviation of a standard that builds men. If you deviate the standard that builds men, you will start building lesser men.
Wow.
And you'll build a lesser camp. This is what all the signs about what makes a soldier, what makes an officer, what makes a captain. These principles are everything. Because if you don't set the standard and fight to keep the standard, you will just have a diminished product. You have a diminished product to give to the Heavenly Father. And what else do we have to offer the Most High but the standard that we hold ourselves to and the standard that we hold the camp to? What else do we have to give the Most High? It ain't money.
No.
You can sit back here and work all them day long, but what kind of work are you bringing to the table?
And not even time. Everybody has a certain amount of time.
What type of work are you bringing to the table? Our people are so diminished in work ethic. Just because you turned in homework didn't mean the shit was good. I get it. Okay, some D work, that's acceptable. Some C work, we're a nation of C students. And that's the truth. We don't take pride in our work or what we dedicate or put our hands to. That's what dignity is.
Right.
What type of work are you providing? What type of standard are you bringing to the table? What type of teaching are you teaching? What type of discipline are you bringing to the table? What type of work ethic are you establishing in your school? Without that, where are we? So,
Get a verse on that too.
yes, sir.
Go to Titus chapter 3, verse 10.
Titus 3 and 10.
Titus. Oh, sure, Titus.
Next man, you get it, my water.
Titus chapter 3 and verse 10 read.
Hold on, you gotta
Salute
Oh,
you.
Salah.
gotta horn you in, man.
Shah Shah Batah, Banya Howdah, Banya Shalom.
My water, Shah Shabbatah, Baya Howdah, Baya Shala.
Imagine.
Yahweh Baya Shala Shabbatah.
Yahba Sham, Yahweh Shah Barakthum.
Right.
I like this topic, bro.
Listen,
We need this.
this is real information, and I'm glad we're bringing the verses to solidify it. But this history is important too, man. It gives us a lot of insight on leadership and corruption and weakness. And
why?
And how it resonates in how camps fall apart and how they go to war now.
Yeah.
Half the camp battles be about the standard, the clashing in standards, the clashing of the standards of how a camp needs to get run. What level of dignity is acceptable versus another man's level of what dignity is acceptable. It ain't about like the basic law, is it?
It's about color.
Now these guys is about bringing foreign women in or not, but most of it's about standard. What you got?
Titus chapter 3 and verse 10 reads. A man that is an heretic.
Now get the definition of heretic, but get the second definition of heretic. Get the second definition of heretic.
Heretic. Second definition.
Yeah.
Anyone who
It
maintains
says anyone, go ahead,
erroneous
erroneous.
opinions.
It says opinions that are not correct. Opinions that they came up with that are not based on facts, that have not been proven, that just come out of their imagination. It says anyone that maintains what?
Erroneous opinions.
So a heretic is somebody that just has an opinion, a strong-minded individual. So he says in the scripture, he says what?
Come. Titus chapter 3 and verse 10 reads. A man that is an
A
heretic.
person that just got these strong opinions of how they think things should be done. Read on.
After the first and second.
Stop. It says, you tell them once, you correct them once about their strong opinions. You correct them twice about their strong opinions. Read.
After the first and second admonition.
Admonition is reproof. So you check the person with strong opinions.
Can I say one thing about
You're
the opinion?
supposed to.
Just say one thing. Opinion is something that's not proven. Half the time, if issues were about what has proven to work, versus an opinion, it's not an opinion anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of times, people have opinions on what they think it should be, but it hasn't been proven. If there's proof in tangible work, we have something to talk about. Just want to bring that out.
And how do you know it's not proven? Go to the first definition of heretic.
Heretic. First definition. A person under any religion, but particularly the Christian,
Go ahead.
who holds and teaches opinions
Go ahead.
repugnant to the established faith.
So now, how do you know it's just an opinion? Because if your opinion was that effective, you would have your own church.
Yep.
Wow.
You would have your own camp. That's how you know that your opinions are unproven. Because if that was the case, you would have a camp and you would be leading your own church.
It will be flourishing.
And you would be leading your own congregation. But because you're not, this is how you know it's just an opinion.
Yep.
Because if it was based on something, you would be running your own religion or having your own camp of followers or believers of Christ.
No doubt.
But because you don't, this is how you know that it's just an opinion. Go ahead. It said after the first and second admonition, read on.
Reject.
It said, what do you do with this person?
Reject.
You let this person go. Because what he said is, they're not there to follow. They're not there to follow. They're there to try to create and push their own agenda. He says, so you reject this individual. You don't give this person no opportunity to be influential in the body. You remove all influential nature from the body because they got strong opinions. Read on.
Come. Verse 11. Knowing that what? Knowing that he.
Because what do you know about this person that got these strong opinions? Read on.
That is subverted.
It said this person's mind is what?
Subverted.
Their perspective is crooked already. They already got a crooked perspective and a crooked outlook already. So they're not going to follow anyway. He said, knowing that such is subverted, go ahead.
And sinneth.
Go ahead.
Being condemned.
It said being what?
Condemned.
Where?
Of himself.
Of himself. This person already is condemned of himself because his own opinions are contrary to the direction that the church is going. This person now, he wants other people to follow his negative perspective. He wants other people to look and follow his direction of how things should be. And there's no proof in it. You know it's invalid because he doesn't have his own congregation that's working. That's how you know people are always going to come in with their opinions about how things should be done. And you got to check, reject, and correct anybody with these opinions. Because they're going to take the church a whole different direction.
Yep.
You think that they was just heretics then? Or do you think it won't be heretics now? There's a lot of people now that got strong opinions about how their perspective of the camp and how they think the camp should operate or what the camp should do. You know, everybody got opinions. Every generation. So he's showing you how you got to be on top of these individuals with strong opinions. You can't let strong opinionated people flourish. The New Testament tells us you got to deal with them. You can get it.
Romans 16, verse 17 through 18. Romans 16 and verse 17. Now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause divisions and offenses, contrary to the doctrine which you have learned.
But where does the offenses come from? It comes from their opinions.
Yep.
That's where it comes from. It comes from the direction that they think that they should be going and what they should be doing.
Nobody ever asks, why does the program operate the way the program operates? Nobody asks that. Nobody says, what's your reasoning for taking this stance? It's just, I don't think it has to be this way. It should be this way.
Yeah.
It's just an opinion and a feel. But you don't know what type of suffering and loss had to go behind why people take such strong stances here and there. You don't know how many years were lost because the direction moves and thinking went a different direction. And this direction remedies what's going to happen if you go in the opposite direction. But nobody asks those questions.
It's already been done.
Because nobody cares. Nobody realizes that this has been trial and error for 25 damn years of what to do and what not to do. So this is why things are the way they are. Ask the right questions if you want understanding.
Yeah.
But most people don't want understanding. They want things to be easier. They just want comfort. I'm sorry, but keep going.
Or they want things to be agreeable to them.
Comfort.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And avoid them. For they that are such serve not our Lord Yahushua,
But who?
but their own belly.
They only coming from whose concern are they thinking about?
Their own belly.
They're concerned about themselves.
Identity.
That's why they feel like things should be done a different way.
Yeah.
Because it's only concerning themselves. They're not thinking about the whole body as a whole. They're not thinking about the unit.
The
They're not thinking
evolution of the nation,
No.
of all the camps in general. Nobody cares about that.
No.
Come on, bro.
And by good words
It said, but they got good words. And what else?
and fair speeches,
But them fair speeches are opinionated. Go ahead.
deceive the hearts of the simple.
And
There
they
you
deceive.
go.
They deceive young-minded, simple-minded individuals.
That sounds logical. That sounds logical to me.
Yeah. How come we don't do what that brother just proposed?
That sounds cool. That sounds smooth as hell.
Because that brother's just as new as you are. That's why we. That's why we don't do it.
And if you really believe, you go follow that spirit and go see that spirit let you down. And we'll see you in a couple
But
years.
you got that's a
But I
good
say,
project.
Listen, go follow that spirit. We've had brothers do that. No, we've had that. We've had brothers talk real crazy. You got brand new fruit in the classroom. The brother followed the brother all the way to Florida. They have a smoking weed camp.
It wasn't Florida, was
Yeah,
it? It was
Florida.
another city.
It was Florida. Trust me, bro.
I'm not sure. I thought you were cold
That
in the
dude's supposed
city.
to- he was supposed to
I
be
thought
my
you were
fruit.
cold in the state.
Nah, he was supposed to be-
All in Mexico.
He was supposed to be my fruit.
That's what I was thinking you were
Yeah.
saying.
No. He was supposed to be my fruit. This is a long time ago. I forgot this guy. He was supposed to be my fruit. Dealt with this dude. Dude came in class. He's humble. He wants to grow. He got swole up. He swole up for a minute. Drew a dark skinned Jew, that cat. Swole up. Did your boy.
Just text
I'm
me
not
the
gonna go
name.
there.
Just text
I'm
me the
gonna
name.
go
I'm curious now.
But-
Tell me more about this story. I want to know more.
But then from that point, they went to Florida. They did an emulation camp in Florida, like they do emulation businesses, the same thing. And then everything fell apart. Everything collapsed. The bug came back. Like it always is. It's always a 3-year game, right? Bug came back and said, "Yeah, man, we were just smoking weed and having councils, man. I had a rib, he had a rib, and everything fell apart, and everything collapsed, and it was just nothing made sense. But man, we smoked a lot of weed. And now I'm kind of behind, but I'm gonna come back to class. And I wait 3 more years to come back to class. People slow you down. These kind of people, they're made to slow down your spiritual progress. Is my point.
But people choose that though.
Because it was more comfortable to his flesh.
There you go. So, what you got? Text me the name. I want to. Just text it to me. I want to know who that is.
You forgot about it, bro.
I did it. You know why I forgot? Because there's so many people that do it.
Yeah.
From generation to generation. Anyway, you know that verse?
Come. By good words and fair speeches, deceive the hearts of the simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
For your obedience has come abroad unto all men. I am glad, therefore, on your behalf. But yet I would have you wise unto that which is good, and simple concerning evil.
Right. So you're supposed to be wise to good things and simple, naive to evil. But he's showing you how people will creep in with different opinionated speeches, and they will actually deceive people, and you'll be led astray thinking that this brother got a point or this sister got a point. And that's possible. That's plausible. Maybe we should do things this way. But they're not thinking as a whole. They're thinking about selfish indulgence. What benefits me as a personal and individual, not what benefits the body.
And was temporary.
Was temporary, yep.
Mm-hmm. So let's get back in Josephus. You keep reading that, and you hold in my water. Just hold your verses. You'll be going through verses. I'll have him do the Josephus. So it's after the sacerdotal dignity on her account,
Yeah.
which was the principal dignity in their nation.
Yep.
Read on.
310. Line 310. And then Sambalat promised him not only to preserve him to the honor of his priesthood.
So now Sambalah's trying to double down on the deal. Sambalah's like, listen, man, let's not make a hasty decision. I will promise you to be the man. You're going to be the priest. What he's going to say is, I'm going to let you be the priest up in Samaria.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a priest spot in Samaria, and we'll build you a temple, just like the temple in Jerusalem. That's the deal he's doubling down on with Manasseh. Just hold it down, and I'll give you your own spot. Because that's what he wanted from the beginning in the first place. He wanted to be the man. So he's offering to double it down, a counter deal. I'll allow you to keep your priesthood. Just be a priesthood, be the priest in Samaria. Let's continue.
Gone. Gone. And then Sambalat promised him not only to preserve him to the honor of his priesthood, but to procure for him the power and dignity of a high priest.
So what is he saying? I'm going to build it up to where it feels like you're the man and it looks like you're the man. We'll sit back and mimic the exact same style and take it up north and make you who you were always meant to be. It's dreams of what? It's dreams of a come up. Isn't that what bases out the work?
Huh.
Dreams of comfort somewhere else? dreams of an easier path
Getting win.
while maintaining your spiritual position.
Yep.
That's always the bait.
They don't see it as Satan though.
Because the brothers will sit back here. Every time a brother says, yeah, I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to go do this other pursuit. Don't worry, I'm going to stay in the scriptures.
I'm staying in
I'm going to
class.
stay in class. I'm going to stay studying.
Or I'm gonna bring more tights in. That's it's always the I'm gonna make more money so I can bring more tights in.
And that's almost a bribe to us.
Yeah.
Give me the okay, because I'm going to give you more money.
We don't care.
Go for it, brother. That's the spirit.
That's
That's what you want us to say. I remember there was a brother that said, he said, listen, man, I just want you to know, man, I'm going to go, Hope did that, so you don't have to do it, man. So what he said, I'm going to go out here in the world, make this money, and bless y'all with tithes so we can really build. I was like, can you stop lying to yourself out? Because you're not lying to us. Didn't I say that? I said, you're not lying to us.
Yep.
The only person you're lying to, there's only one person being lied to in this room, and it's you, bro. Don't stop with this, because you're going to get in the rat race like everybody else. And it's not going to go how you plan. But this is the thinking that we have when we want to live our own individual life. I'm going to go do me, but I'm going to be spiritual as hell out there doing me.
Yeah.
That's always the lie. And this is the lie Sambalot's baiting Manessa on. Go and be an individual, and I'm going to fuel your spiritual passion while you're being that individual and being disconnected to the spirit. This is the hook.
That's always the hook.
This is always this is the hook with men leaving.
Ask any R&B singer that used to sing in the church. When they went to secular music, did they ever go back to the church?
Hell no.
Sierra was one of them.
Sierra was one of them.
She didn't go back to the church.
No, she didn't go.
Jodeci started off in the church.
Yes.
Man, that's bad.
Whitney Houston started off in the church. Say it again. Jennifer Hudson, Destiny Child, all this R&B, all of them start off in the church.
And if they go back, there's a whole lot of guilt back in there.
They come back. They come back broken.
They had a lot of Diddy parties they experienced that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those parties out. It's hard to be holy knowing what you did at them parties. Very hard. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
That's the truth. That is not a lie. Nothing I said is a lie about that.
But that's part of the trick. The deception is you can do more for the spirit by you seeking your own comfort, your own stability. You feel like you want to justify the pursuit of being an individual.
Because I can do more spiritually.
Because I can do more spiritually.
And I can lie to myself, I can maintain my spiritual integrity with the pursuits I'm taking.
Not true.
This is how Sambalot is baiting Manasseh into going and corrupting himself.
You know the first thing that goes when brothers step out? The beard. The beard is the first thing to go.
Yep.
That's the first sign of compromise.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking down.
Just the beard goes, and then the fringes go.
Yeah, then class attendance.
Then class attendance goes. Yeah, it's gone. That's the downside. You start to see men compromise, and then there's no coming back after that. Then the guilt comes in. So I might as well go further into the world because I'm already guilty anyway.
Or pride first, then guilt.
Yeah, pride, then the guilt.
Mm-hmm. All these things, listen, it's crazy because you're seeing through this story how most men break down. There's just not a Sambalot there. Well, sometimes there is.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes there's somebody sitting back here. You know what's crazy? Out of nowhere, somebody offer you a job. Somebody sit back here, hey man, I got this job, man. You'd be great for it.
Noni juice.
That's Sambalot. Noni
you
juice.
You can sell
was
some Noni juice. Yeah, the brother lose everything.
No, it was Noni. It was the same guy that was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the brother lost it all.
He threw it for another sales job.
And Pro Tandem. This magic supplement is gonna make the whole world change.
It's a tonic guy.
Yeah.
He became a tonic salesman.
He became a tonic king out. Then it went from, hey man, the Noni juice. Like, you know what? A week later, he was gone.
If the Noni juice was that dope, it'd still be out here popping and selling that. Noni juice wasn't that baller, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't
that good, right?
You were sold out.
Yeah.
But it happens all the time. Even brothers at the mall, they'll sit back and sell, and they'll get propositions to go do bigger and better jobs,
all the time.
And they'll go take it, and they'll wonder what happened.
It didn't work out.
It happens. Hey, listen, you're right. A lot of people get sampled out of that.
You can sell cars.
The Most High will build you up,
okay,
and then you get pulled out to sit back and use what the Most High gave you to go whore yourself out in the world. Yes,
a lot of those brothers that leave too, they come to brothers that's at the mall, and then they say, "Hey man, you got join with us."
We got the word. It's just, they get sample out of that.
Yeah,
that's the word. When you sit back and get proposition to go out and go out with them, you're getting Sambalot. Now we know it.
Yeah.
That's the word. When a cat from the outside tries to hustle you out and pull you out the body, there's Sambalot in you.
Yeah.
All right? Yes, sir?
That's why I blocked the sample out on the move. Y'all try to sample out me, man.
And we gotta keep talking that word. Sambalot's real, son. It's the spirit of Sambalot. It's alive today.
I don't remember. You gotta remind me on that. I don't remember that. What do you offer?
It was a big house. It was like in a state room or something like that. He just offered me a job. We were talking about, I think he was like ex-military or something like that. We were talking about certain things. Someone brought up that I used to be in there. And he said, oh man, I can find a job. And he was like, no, he's good. You blocked him, man. You remember?
I don't remember that.
We do all the time.
He karate chopped him, man. He karate chopped him. That Sambalot spirit, it's out there a lot of.
It's always that. You get a temporary bump in finances, and you get a little 8-month stretch of, 6 to 8 month stretch of
Semi-prosperity.
And then there's this slow decline, and then all of a sudden you find yourself, you look at yourself like, what happened? It's always the same story.
Because Christ said it best. You can't serve God and money.
Yeah.
Come on. You're right.
You can't,
That's the truth.
You can't
and
serve
that
both powers.
pursuit. So now Sambalot's bribing Manasseh to lose his integrity. What is the bribe about? To not maintain your integrity.
Yep.
The whole play by the elders was to keep your integrity for the sake of the nation. Now Sambalot's baiting him out to give up his integrity to be the man in a new position. That's a fake priest. He knows there's a fake priest. He knows how corrupt those Samaritans are. He knows those people turn coat when it's convenient to them. When it's convenient, they're Jews. When it's not convenient, they say they're not our people. They know that. They're known for that. They know they're dealing with turncoat people. And he's going to take a turncoat position around a bunch of fake Hebrews just for money and power? But he's going to lie to himself and he's saying he's doing something spiritual? That's how we roll. We tell ourselves we're doing something spiritual, or us leaving the body, there's a good reason for doing it. And we'll convince ourselves that there's some type of spiritual benefit behind our selfish endeavors. That's what we do all the time.
Till it blow up on you.
Either we get Sambalotted or we Sambalot ourselves. It's one or the other, right? We try to take this negative influence and turn it into a positive spiritual solution.
But you're really the bad guy.
You're really the bad guy. You got the horns in your head.
You're the guy that is in the Matrix. He's saying, man, I miss the taste of steak.
I know this steak. I know this steak isn't real. I know it's not real.
Yeah,
I know it's not. But I'm going to still eat it. I know it's a lie.
You're Jesse Jackson. You're Jesse Jackson who said, MLK is right there. That's who you are. You're Jesse Jackson.
So that's what that famous picture was?
Yeah. That point right there. He was like that point right there. Yeah. He was pointing at ML right there too before that shot happened. They came out without ties. They had an argument. And the dude kept arguing about he wanted to take his tie off, but he had to wear his tie. And the shooter, his job was to shoot the guy with the tie because he was at a distance. So they all went out on the balcony with no ties, and the shooter shot the guy with the tie, which was MLK. And then years later, which is like maybe 10 years ago, the dude said, "Yeah, man. So when we were out there with MLK, and he made it slip in his speech, he said, I got out the way. He said we didn't have any ties. He said I got out the way so he could have a clear shot. He said, look it up online. The dude said it with his mouth. One of MLK's boys. And then, boom, they got MLK. That's what happened. This is the spirit of sellouts amongst our people anyway. Yeah. When you look in the Maccabees, they want to join the Greeks. When you look at this time period, they want to sit here and foreign wives. When you look at the time period in Judges, they want to go to the Samaria and be false priests in Samaria. When you look at the Civil Rights Revolution, they want to say, hey, man, Malcolm X is right there, MLK is right there. This spirit is amongst our people consistent. That's why Most High stings our people. Our people have the spirit of a sellout in them. You sell your spiritual integrity for temporary benefits, and then you live with long-term guilt.
Remember that dude that killed that brother, Black Panther Party? What's his name?
I can't remember the dude's face, but he has. I've never seen a face like that before, bro.
Man, it was a sad interview. Right?
Fred himself.
Fred Hampton, but it was the guy that sold out Fred Hampton.
They got it in the movie. called the.
But they had a real
Black
interview.
Messiah.
Yeah, but they did the interview. I think they put it on the end of the movie
Yeah, they did.
where he sat back
The
here.
real guy.
They did.
Yeah, in the movie, they interviewed the brother. He killed himself after the interview.
Yeah,
Because he didn't live being that type of guy.
because he was a Judas.
Yes, he was.
Exactly.
He was a
That's
Judas.
what the movie was called.
Yeah.
Judas was Black Messiah.
Yeah, he was a Judas. Yeah, Judas couldn't live with himself after he sold Christ out.
He saw the whole dilapidation of the black race and how everything got worse and worse and worse. He got his little $500, his little $1,000.
He was just getting snitch checks out,
Yeah.
informant checks out.
William O'Neill. His name was William O'Neill.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Fred Hampton, a civil rights leader, Black Panther Party leader, was assassinated by Chicago police on December 4th, 1969.
But they told him how how it looked inside the house.
Exactly. The FBI
Black,
informant William O'Neill was the catalyst for Hampton's murder. And when you watch his last interview, bro, I didn't know he killed himself, but
He killed himself.
you see the face he had on, and it's the face of a man that hates himself.
Yep.
And listen, if you want to have that, you want to sell your spiritual integrity and have to live with that kind of light, that kind of shame out. Cool, bro.
Because the crazy thing is you don't realize what people don't understand, and I don't care who you are, whether it's the head of the camp all the way down. The more you get away from the power is in the body. The power, you get charged up two ways. It's the scriptures and the body. The body of Christ is what keeps you potent. And when you detach yourself from the body of Christ, you get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. I don't give a damn how many verses you got in your head. If you got experience, what good is having experience if you're not giving it to somebody else? What good is the knowledge you got if you're not committing it to somebody? And if you don't have knowledge, you can't grow unless you're around somebody who's giving you and dedicating their life to you. That is the catch-22. And when you remove yourself from that dynamic, you lose your strength and your power and your virtue. Because you can't recharge unless there's a sick around you to get recharged. That's the challenge. That is the dynamic that people don't think. So we think we can sit back here and go live our life and get recharged away from the power source.
Or sustain the charge.
Yeah, the charge starts to diminish over time. And you just lose that strength and that spiritual virtue over time. And even if you're dropping some funky money here and there, that's cool. But that's not going to recharge your spirit.
Nope.
The spirit, listen, the scripture talks about the spirit renewing or
Spirit quickening.
the spirit quickening. The word quickens the spirit. And the need of the body that brings out the best of you is what quickens the
It
spirit.
gives you vitality.
The need of the body keeps you alive. The direction that the camp is going keeps you alive. The goals keep you alive. The fight for one another keeps you alive.
The best of you is needed for the camp to go this direction.
Exactly.
It brings you to life, and it gives you. It's really, to me, the fountain of youth.
It's the life. It's the life. It's the need of the body is the life of your spirit. Anyway, but so what's happening is Sambalot is trying to give Manasseh an artificial charge of spirit. You can still compromise yourself and still get what you wanted. But that's the trick. Everybody has. You don't gotta walk the straight and narrow path. You can go opposite and get what you want in the spirit and the flesh. What you don't understand in life, you're gonna gain the spirit or the flesh. You're not getting both. It's one or the other.
Can I pull a scripture to prove it?
Yeah.
Proverbs 28, verse 19.
Come.
And Psalms 26, verse 4.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 19 read.
So we're going to Proverbs, 28th chapter, the 19th verse.
And Psalms is what, sir?
And then Psalms 26 and verse 4. 28. 28. I'm trying to use the T sounds.
They didn't like those answers. They didn't like that last thing we said.
28. I don't care, bro.
Doesn't matter.
I don't
This
care,
is
bro.
what the bring.
We do what you like. This ain't what you like.
This is not about getting light. I'm just
Proverbs 28,
laughing at a
19.
response. This is laughing at an answer.
Proverbs chapter 28 and verse 19 reads, He that tilleth his land.
He that tilleth. Tilling is work. It requires your vitality. It requires your effort. Okay? Your land. What's your land? Your school, your camp, your family. The people that you're connected to. The resources around you. Right? We're talking about human resources. People. Read.
Shall have plenty of bread.
When you actually go to your field and you start tilling your land, and you plant seeds, and you water them, and you nurture it, then the wheat comes up, you break the wheat, and then you do all the process of the wheat, and then you have bread. You have plenty of bread because you went through the process and the time it took to have a harvest. That's the same thing in the camp. People come in, you deal with them from scratch, you go through the different cycles, different holidays, councils, and hopefully the spirits grow and rise, and then you continue to develop them. And they bring their own substance to camp, which is the bread, right? Not finances, but their spiritual talents, right? Read.
But he that followeth after vain persons.
But he that sambolites. Why is a man samboliting? Because he don't want to deal with his field. I don't want to deal with the hard soil inside my house or the hard soil inside my camp. So let me leave the farm like the prodigal son and follow vain persons. Vain people, vain ideals, because it's easier. Read.
He that followeth after vain persons
Shall what?
Shall have poverty enough.
He should have poverty enough. You're going to have a lot of poverty over the process of time. You have the idea of not poverty, of certain values and liberties and advantages, and in the process you will have poverty. The poverty is the end game. All right? Now go to Psalms 26 and 4.
Come. Psalms chapter 26 and verse 4 reads, I have not sat with vain persons.
Because those vain people are people, or what Church One goes into is heretics. Vain persons, heretics, are erroneous opinions that are unproven. Right? Read.
Neither will I go in with dissemblers.
Dissemblers are people that break apart unity and cause discord, and they're actors. That's what dissembler means. So when I'm doing that, what's the end product? Poverty. Following vain persons, the end product is poverty. The end product is loss. But you don't see that because you're not spiritually, really, you don't have that spiritual vision to see it. You have to actually live. You have to live trial by error versus getting the counsel, getting the wisdom ahead of time. Yes, sir.
You got to feel the dissemblers.
Huh?
You have you was explaining about the field, about the
Is it a field of dissemblers? Okay.
Yeah. You follow vain persons. Vain persons and dissemblers are the same thing. People that have heritage, someone with a heritage.
Mm-hmm.
The key point is following people with these false concepts will lead you from the camp and from your actual work.
Your spiritual strength and your life and vitality.
And you'll follow and fade out.
Because this is still about
Spiritual
people can
poverty.
contend about the necessity of camps or not. People can sit back and debate it all damn day long. But the source of where our strength comes from is our ability to deal with our people. What do you think we're supposed to be doing with this knowledge? Just get the knowledge and live your life? That's not what Christ said.
Can I finish this verse?
I'm just bringing that point out. I don't want to continue, sir.
I was going to finish this point. And then I know you want to hit that. I was going to finish because I was kind of confused.
No, you're
right
good.
now.
You're good, sir.
Verse 5.
Come. I have hated the congregation of evildoers.
So David calls dissemblers or vain persons just a congregation or a collective grouping of just negative people. A clicking of negative people. Read on.
I have hated the congregation of evildoers.
Read on.
And I will not sit with the wicked.
Because they'll convince you over time with their complaints. Read on.
Verse 6, I will wash my hands in innocency.
I'm going to wash my hands and keep my hands on the work. I'm going to keep my hands clean and keep working and keep focusing on my field that I was given from the Most High. The people or the sheep I was given or the farm you were given. Read on.
So will I compass thy altar, O Yahweh.
And what does it mean to compass the altar? What's the center of a camp? The altar. The altar is the center of the camp. What's the altar? The sacrificing place. I'm going to keep sacrificing. When you're compassing the altar, that means you're going to keep going to the place of sacrifice. You cannot be in the field and follow dissemblers and people that are leading you away from the altar and get benefits. You have to go to the altar to maintain your spiritual integrity. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, Colossians chapter 1, 2. Let me see. He said, Paul said the same thing.
Colossians, what's it?
Colossians, let me get it real quick. Colossians chapter 1,
Okay.
21.
Go. Colossians chapter 1 and verse 21 reads, and you that were sometime alienated and enemies in your mind.
It says there was a time when we were enemies to Christ and the Most High. By what?
By wicked works.
Because when we're in the world, we were enemies to the Most High in Christ because of our works were wicked. So we were opposed to the Most High in Christ. Read on.
Yet now hath he reconciled.
It said, but Christ now reconciled us or made peace with us by way of his sacrifice. We are at peace with the Most High now. Read on.
Come. In the body of his flesh through death.
Go ahead.
To present you holy and unblameable and unreprovable in his sight.
So now Christ cleaned us up so he can present us back to the Father without any spots or wrinkles. Right? Read on.
If ye continue in the faith.
That's only if you continue what?
In the faith.
It says the Christ cannot present us back to the Father unblameable, unreprovable, unreproachable, or without spot or wrinkle or any blemish if we fade away from the what?
Faith.
You got to keep the faith. So if you get this truth and then you started getting deceived and sanballatted out the truth, Christ's blood is no longer covering you. Christ can't present you to the Father unblameable anymore because you lost your faith and you started going and getting enticed to go back to the world. He said this cleansing is only present when you maintain your faith. Read.
If ye continue in the faith, grounded and settled.
That's only if you continue in the faith. How?
Grounded and settled.
If you stay in this truth, grounded and settled. But if you got thoughts of maybe there's something better, if you got thoughts of, maybe there's something else I can sustain myself with, if you got thoughts of, but you know what, I'm not content on where I'm at, I'm not content on my position, I'm not happy in what I'm doing, then you're not grounded. You're not settled. Settled meaning I'm not moving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. I'm gonna stay here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm immovable. If you don't have that mind frame, neither is the blood of Christ gonna be cleansing you from your sin. And how can Christ present you to the Father with all these spots? You went back in the world to get repolluted. You went back in the world to get recontaminated. Read on.
And be not moved away.
And be not what?
Moved away.
From what?
From the hope of the gospel.
But that's what Sanballat will do. Sanballat's job is to move you away from the hope of the gospel. That's what these outside influences will do. Their job is to entice you and to fish you out the truth. And to tell you that there's other opportunities that present itself that you should think about. They're there to tell you that maybe there's a better life outside of serving Christ. That's their job. Read on.
Which ye have heard, and which was preached to every creature which is under heaven.
Go ahead.
Whereof I, Paul, am made a minister.
Read on.
Who now rejoice.
So that's why Paul, like Award said, you get charged up either by the scriptures or you get charged up by the body. It's the same thing Paul's saying here. He says, I'm made a minister for Christ and I rejoice in what?
Who now rejoice in my suffering.
He said, now I rejoice in my what?
Suffering.
So if you haven't gotten to the point to where you're charged up suffering for Christ, then you better at least get charged up from reading the Bible. Until you can develop the mind frame to be charged up to suffer. Because everybody's not charged up to suffer. Everybody's not enthusiastic to suffer. They need to study up to get to that point where you don't mind being inconvenienced and you rejoice being inconvenienced. Or be on the back burner or put last. Because that's how we feel when we're in the truth. Nobody cares about me. Nobody's thinking about what I need. Well, it's about you thinking about what other people need, not what you need. You're supposed to be putting your mind on what other people need of you. Not what you should be getting or extracting, what benefits you should be receiving. Mm-hmm. So Paul is explaining this is what charged him up. Read on.
Who now rejoice in my sufferings for you.
For who?
For you.
This is what charges Paul up. He rejoices in the fact that he's losing out for the body of Christ. Read on.
And fill up that which is behind of the affliction.
He said, my job, Paul said, is to make up for whatever Christ didn't finish. He said, I'm going to finish Christ's job.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever suffering that didn't get done, he said, I'm going to take that upon me and continue the work of Christ. Read on.
And fill up that which is behind of the afflictions of Yahushua in my flesh for his body's sake.
For whose sake?
For his body's sake.
So what is Paul saying? Paul said, I'm going to finish the mission that Christ started. Christ started the suffering of himself, afflicted himself for the forgiveness of sins of other people, for the reconciliation to come back to the Father. Paul is saying that's going to be my job. My job is to suffer in the flesh to reconcile my people back to the Father. If your mind is not thinking that way, then you're not grounded and settled, so you're going to be easily enticed to be sanballatted and be moved out of the truth. Then all of a sudden, the work of the Lord is not what you want to do. The work of the Lord is something that you haven't considered, or you're not grounded enough to say, man, this is for me. Because a lot of people say, man, this ain't for me. I could be doing I could do a lot more other things with my time.
Yep.
I could be doing something entirely different with the skill set that I possess. A lot of people think they got skills. I got all kind of skills and I got skills that I could be using to my benefit that I'm not using.
You have a particular set of skills.
Yeah.
I have a particular set of skills.
I have a particular set of skill sets.
You do so much.
I could be doing so much, for what I'm worth.
And you
I know
tell
my
yourself
value.
you're going to do it for the work, and then it ends up just turning out to just be for you.
It's just for you anyway. At the end of the day,
But you got to find a hook to justify it to go do it.
you got to find something.
I
to
got to
motivate.
find something to say it's for me. I mean, for the body, but it's really for me.
Yeah.
This is what Sanballat was saying. You can come, keep my daughter. I will build you a temple so you can do your work for
You
the
can
Most
still
High.
do your job.
That's the hook.
Yep.
But then when he really goes out there, who is he offering sacrifices for? The nations. So is he really doing the work for the Most High?
No.
No. But you gotta spin it.
You got to
Where you're
spend
doing it for the body and for Christ. For a bigger reason, a bigger purpose.
Satan will help you spin it too.
God, huh?
He will help you spin it.
Brother, you gonna spin it
He's
just
a
to
spin
get
man.
you out of them doors. Then you out of there. Then you just did it. And now you're out there. Now your life is over.
You
Right?
ate the
Now you're
cheese.
Darth Vader out. Now you're Vader out.
Yeah.
Now you're just all the way to the dark side out. That's it.
That's real.
It's the truth. Anyway,
Let that go, Mo.
okay. So let's get back to the Josephus. Did you finish your verse in Colossians? Sir?
Okay.
That was good. So listen, let's go back, and then Sanballat promised him. I'll go back to that part. Okay. One of the promises.
Give a promise up.
And then Sanballat promised.
Line 310. And then Sanballat promised him not only to preserve to him the honor of his priesthood, but to procure for him the power and dignity of a high priest, and would make him governor of all the places he himself now ruled, if he would keep his daughter for his wife.
So listen, break your integrity, and I'll give you more power than your brother got. And you're going to have the position of a governor and a priest. You're going to be a governor and a priest.
He's on the devil.
This is the hook. Keep my daughter. You love her. I love you too as a son. I'm going to give you the position of a number 2 under me. That's what he said. He's the governor. Sanballat's the governor. He said, I'll make you the governor. So you'll be right up under me. And you'll be the head priest of my region. He said, and he'll read, I got the backing of King Darius III.
Oh,
I got the king's backing it.
man.
So I got the money. I got the money on my side.
Money in the power.
Yeah.
I got the money on my side. So you ain't worry about nothing. You're good at it. This is what he's saying. Let's keep going.
And would make him governor of all the places himself now ruled, if he would keep his daughter for his wife. He also told him further that he would build him a temple like that at Jerusalem upon Mount Gerizim.
So there's obviously a mountain in the Samaria region that's just as high or as very high. He says, I'm gonna put it on the mount, and it's gonna be for you. He's sparing no expense. Read on.
which is the highest of all the mountains that are in Samaria.
There you go. You're getting the best. Listen, top notch, get the most, nothing less. That's what I'm saying. Let's keep going.
And he promised that he would do this with the approbation of Darius the king.
He says, the king gonna have the money, man. We're gonna get the supplies over here. You're good. Don't worry about it. Just stay in Samaria. I got you, man.
Don't worry about a thing.
But this is the hook and allure of disconnecting yourself from the spirit. It's always financial gain, or it's always gaining power and independence. That's the lure.
Yeah.
Independence, pride, ego, freedom, and money.
But women can't do it, though. That's the
If your woman chooses freedom and comfort and power and money, she's the devil.
Oh, yeah. She's just a wicked.
That's my point. She's wicked if she's out of order. But if the man chooses freedom, power, comfort, promotions, that's okay. That's just the spirit working through things.
That's the doors opening.
That's the spirit.
Yes.
Which spirit is it, though? He didn't say what spirit it is.
What is
It is a spirit. But this is the truth. Okay. Continue.
Manasseh was elevated with these promises.
Hell yeah. His head got this big. You couldn't tell him nothing, Act. Manasseh was like, shit, I'm good.
Finally, somebody understand my value.
Exactly. My value. I love it.
That's definitely what it's.
Brothers finally understand my value.
They know my worth.
Wow. Man, I love it.
Know your worth, brother.
That's awesome. Let's keep going now.
That's real.
And stayed with Sanballat upon a proposal that he should gain a high priesthood, as bestowed on him by Darius. For it happened, Sanballat was then in years.
Did you see how he said, man, listen, man, Darius gave me the approval. So he's even jumping over Sanballat. He's like, I'm going to the man. Darius the third said it's going to be okay. So he said Sanballat's getting older. Read on.
But there was now a great disturbance among the people of Jerusalem, because many of those high priests and Levites were entangled with such matches.
So what's happening also? No, what he's saying is the priests and the Levites were getting caught in these foreign entanglements too.
Yeah.
You think it was just Sanballat? Or you think it was just Manasseh?
No.
Now we're understanding why it was so hard to get when it was Jonathan and Jesus. Why it was so hard. Because there was a lot of priests doing that dirty bird stuff then too.
Wow.
The priests were sitting back here taking advantage of their power, breaking the law. So you got 10 or 15 priests breaking the law. What are you going to say?
What can I want?
Stalemate. Now it's a stalemate. You have your opinion, we have ours.
There you go.
Now it's a that's why the elders are to kick in and say, man, this got to stop. We got to come together and break this stuff.
But
at least at the top, because the other priests were just doing other jobs. Because the Levites do all kind of responsibilities. What he said, the Levi in general was sitting back here and dealing with foreign wives. They just said, listen, we know that's off, but you can't be the high priest, man, and do this, man. That's a no-no.
But it's amazing what a man will do when you stroke his ego.
Yes.
And that's what Sanballat did. He stroked his ego. Get a verse on that. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 9.
Con.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 9, Apocrypha.
Con. Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 9 reads, page 676. Why is earth and ashes proud?
He said, well, what is man made out of?
Earth.
Ashes, Salaki, earth and ashes.
He said, why is earth and ashes so proud? Read on.
There is not a more wicked thing.
He said, there's not a more wicked thing than what?
Than a covetous man.
That a man that if you promise him things and you stroke his ego and you stimulate his desire. He said, when you stimulate a man's desire and you inflate his pride, he said he'll do what? Read.
Come, for such a one setteth his own.
It said for such a one will do what?
Set of his own soul to sell.
He said he'll put his own soul up for what?
Sell.
He said when you got a covetous minded man and you stroke his ego and you entice him enough, he'll sell his own soul. This is a tactic that the Bible says is the damn near the most wicked mind frame of a man that you can have. He'll sell his own damn soul for an ego stroke, just for a position, for a false position, or for some temporary comfort. Read on.
Come, because while he liveth,
It said, for while he liveth, what's the problem with this man? Why is he so wicked? Because the whole time he been living, read on,
he casteth away his bowels.
your bowels are your integrity. So the whole time this man lived, he didn't care about what?
His integrity.
He didn't care about his integrity. So this is what happens when men don't care about integrity. They accept bribes, they accept bids, they look for other opportunities, they sell their own soul, they look for advantages, they compromise themselves, they compromise the culture, they compromise the body, because they don't have no integrity. So when you don't care about integrity, anything's for sale. You sell anything.
Yep.
Everything's for sale when you don't have any integrity. You sell every part of you because you don't have any integrity. That's why integrity matters. Let that go.
Okay, let's continue. Let's go back where it says, but there was now a great disturbance.
Line 312. But there was now a great disturbance among the people of Jerusalem, because many of those priests and Levites were entangled in such matches. But they all revolted to Manasseh.
Damn.
And
That's
Solomon.
crazy. So what they're saying is, now that the money was set up and the king backed him, now all these Levite priests that were already, their integrity was already weakened, they'd already made compromising decisions anyway, they sat back here and said, we're just going to go follow this whole path. We're going to follow him. We're going to follow that money. We're going to follow that protection.
Wow.
Okay? But just keep going.
For they all revolted to Manasseh, and Sanballat afforded them the
He
money.
financed them out. This is how you divide a kingdom out. You divide a kingdom this way out. You divide an infrastructure this way.
Yep.
You bribe them. You let men who sit back here have lesser values, empower them.
Yep.
And these guys sat back and took off to set in the attempt of setting up this new Levite priesthood up in Samaria. Kinda. Hold on.
Crazy.
Continue, sir.
Yeah. And divided among them land for tillage, and habitations also.
So he says they gave him land to live. Sanballat managed, he took money and took resources and took these Levites and allowed them to set up shop and have houses and homes in the Sumerian land. While this construction was being built in Mount Gerizim. Okay, read on.
God. And all this in order every way to gratify his son-in-law.
To gratify the son-in-law, to keep him happy, and to keep that power, and also to divide the nation, to weaken Jerusalem. Because listen, you know the one thing you know about the Levites in Israel? Their money wasn't right.
Yep.
They were struggling.
And working hard too.
They're working hard, and they're not seeing the money. What was that problem in Nehemiah? The Levites weren't all getting paid right.
Yep.
Listen. They just got out of a scenario where Bogosis taxed everybody. The Levites were getting taxed hard. The people were getting punished. So if the people are getting punished, you think the Levites had extra money for themselves? They were struggling. The priesthood was struggling. So the money was already tight. So now you got Sanballat throwing money at people, giving them money to build their own houses and lands. These guys were taking the money because it was easier to take the money than maintain their integrity and suffer in the arena that was right in front of them. If that's not our life, I don't know what it is either. Do you sit back here and maintain the integrity, suffer through the struggles as the body is trying to repair itself? Or make the quick move to be more comfortable and live the life you want to live?
Yep.
It's always that.
Have it your way.
Exactly. So, are we done with that paragraph? We're done with paragraph 1, or paragraph 2, right?
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3. About this time, it was that Darius heard how Alexander had passed over the Hellespont.
So now, he said, Darius, he said, at this time, read it again.
About this time, it was that Darius heard how Alexander had passed over the Hellespont. And had
It's Hellespont.
And had beaten his lieutenants in the battle at Granicum.
Granicum, okay? This is Granicum is still in that area near Turkey. Read on.
And was proceeding farther. Whereupon he gathered together an army of horse and foot, and determined that he would meet the Macedonians before they should assault and conquer all Asia.
And this is the thinking. This is what Darius III thought. I gotta beat them and stop them in Turkey before they make their way down to Assyria. Before they make their way through Asia. Asia starts in Turkey, but it works its way all the way down to Israel, even near Egypt, going eastward. So we're like, I gotta stop them in Turkey before they get any more momentum and steam and money and resources and finances to eventually topple me in Persia. Okay? And this is that battle I mentioned earlier in class when he brought his wives and his daughter to the battle with this expectation he was going to win. And Alexander punched him in the mouth. Okay? Read on.
Come. So he passed over the river Euphrates and came over Taurus, the Cilician mountain. Cilician mountain. And at
the battle at Issus. This is that battle where this is just an explanation of how Alexander's army toppled through Darius III's army. He just went right through the middle of it and it broke the whole lines and he ran off. Okay? Yeah. This is it. Read that part again.
Come. It says, and so he passed over the river Euphrates and came over Taurus, the Cilician mountain, at the Issus of Cilicia. He wanted for the enemy.
He waited for the enemy.
Okay, come. He waited for the enemy, as ready there to give him battle. Upon which Sanballat was glad that Darius had come down, and told Manasseh that he would suddenly perform his promise to him.
So what's happening is Sanballat is oblivious to the reality that Darius is about to lose, get beaten down, and that Darius is going to be preoccupied with running from the Greeks. And he ain't going to have time to come down to Samaria and look at this property. And do any damn guarantees of this money's going here. Sanballat's completely oblivious. He thinks the Persian Empire is going to last forever. He doesn't realize that the Greek scenario is crumbling, it's falling apart, and everything's happening. And another funny thing is this.
He made a bad bet.
But this is how adversity, this is another point. Adversity reveals where men's hearts are at. Adversity reveals if men are really dedicated to the Most High or not.
Man, you can say that again.
Because this adversity is exposing where Manasseh's heart was at, and all these Levite priests that thought they're making the safe play with Darius. And while they're making the safe play with Darius, they don't realize that Darius is about to lose.
So it was a more convenient money move that they thought they were about to make. And it was bad timing on that money move.
And it had nothing to do with morals. They don't give a damn about the Most High's integrity and having a desire to stay connected to the Heavenly Father and please Him. This is about the money grab, the comfort, the ease, what makes logical sense. They went logical, not realizing the Most High is going to flip the entire world upside down within months.
Bad timing, man.
Bad timing, but it's always bad timing when you make the carnal choice.
God.
And you don't stay spiritual and let the Most High come through for you because you made the spiritual choice.
Damn.
So they're sitting back here making plans. They already left. You know, they probably left Jerusalem. They're already blowing their money out there. They got a little gold. They're building their land. They're just waiting for the temple to get set up.
It said he promised them the highest mountain in Samaria.
Yes.
That means that you're already thinking about your penthouse suite.
Yes.
You're already thinking about your views.
Looking down.
Views. You got an album called Views. You already
know the space needle light. Your own personal space needle light. In Garrison, Mount Garrison.
Yeah, you already looking at lofts, sky high penthouse suites. You already thinking, man, I got mountain views.
Yep.
I'm about to get set up.
And now I'm going to be the man. Before I was sitting back here just wiping floors, being a porter. Now I'm going to be the Don.
Yep.
I can sit back here and do my own thing now. And these handful of guys, this is what happens. When all this movement happens, the Most High is exposing where men are at. And they choose that pattern, that move, and then everything switches back up again.
All the
So the people that look like they're, listen, you tell me those Levite priests and sit back and say, Shalom, y'all, we're going up here and getting taken care of. They smiling. And you know what? When these Levites are smiling and leaving, the ones in Jerusalem got to be like, you know what? I just got to have faith. Most I'm going to work it out here. I'm not going to worry about them coming up. The idea that they're getting something that I'm not getting.
It can't bother
That's the
you.
other thought also.
It can't bother you.
That's my point.
It cannot.
You can't worry about the idea that they're left and they're winning.
Yep.
You can't worry about that.
That'll eat at you if you're not.
Because that's my point. Because they're temporarily, they're winning.
Let them win.
They are winning. They're getting their own land.
They got new garments.
They getting garments. They getting new garments, new outfits on. He already fronted money up front. They're winning up front.
Yeah.
And you're sitting back here hoping that the Greeks don't kill you when they get down here. And they're sitting back here coming up, have new land, and a new construction project on the temple is coming soon.
And we've seen a lot of that when we was reading about the kings, how they had been in position for 30 days, 6 months, or even a year. They was dead in a year.
Yes.
They didn't even get a chance to really soak in the riches and the wealth of the kingdom and feel comfortable in their realm. And the Most High snuffed them out.
You're right about that.
And that's the scary thing. That's the scary thing about making a selfish carnal choice. It looks like it's appealing to you. Get out there and I can't go back. I'm stuck. I pulled my card.
Yeah, you pulled your card out.
Now you pulled your card. You think they're going to come back in the priesthood and get their positions back?
No, sir.
They pulled their card. They showed their you know what. Now they're stuck. Now you got to live with your consequences. And when everything is said, now you got to tell your maker why you made a selfish play.
We blame it on the devil.
Yeah, right.
There's a devil.
The devil made me do it.
Yeah.
The brother told me I could have won.
Yes,
I
Symbolize.
just wondered, want the Psalm 73 or any of that?
No, I'm okay for now. Because we're barely gotten through 2 paragraphs, man, and we're trying to finish the chapter off. I don't think I'm going to do it. So this is what's happening. Where are we at in the Josephus? Okay, so it's like they're fighting. They're about to fight King Darius in Issus, the Battle of Issus,
315.
which happened in 330. Am I mistaken? 330. It's not 332. I think it's 333. It is 333. It is 333. Well, let's keep going.
Upon which Sambalat was glad that Darius was come down, and told Manasseh that he would suddenly perform his promise to him, and this as soon as ever Darius should come back, after he had beaten his enemies.
So after he beats the Macedonians, he gonna come down. We're gonna sit back and solidify this business, and you ain't gotta worry about nothing. Nothing. This is the thinking. Read on.
For not he only, but all those that were in Asia also, were persuaded that the Macedonians would not so much as come to battle with the Persians.
Nobody even thought that Alexander and his Macedonian army would even show up when Darius III brings the masses and the volume of his army in its majesty.
I think they were outnumbered 1 to 10.
It was something like that. And the crazy thing is, all Alexander did is went straight at him and went right in his lines where he was at, and they broke through the middle. They didn't even. The rest of the guys didn't stop fighting. They stopped fighting when they saw Darius leave. They stopped fighting. The rest of the guys stopped fighting. They saw Darius leave. They got the hell out of there. That was the spirit of the Most High. That was all it was. The Most High allowed this to happen. Go right at this guy, punch this dude in the mouth, and watch him run. That's all that happened. Listen, I'm not no super Battle of Issus historian, but look at the damn map. They just broke through the line
Straight up.
and they were lucky. They were in a narrow impasse, and there wasn't a big space where they would get easily surrounded. Because their lines were so massive, they said in the documentary that he had a narrow pathway, and he chose the narrow pathway so the size of his army couldn't be utilized to his advantage. So he sat back and had all these large numbers, and he just broke through one line, and the whole line stopped fighting. And they just retreated. And he ran off, and then he got his wife and kids took. Then he was really in a trick bag. Went all the way back home saying, I wonder what's happening with my wife. Then you find out that Alexander took her and put a baby in her. How about that? This, I just want to let you know that I got your girl. He put it in a letter. I want you to know that I got your girl.
We're expecting.
And he said that, He said that, in a letter. He said, I got your girl, and we're expecting a child soon.
Man.
And then he sat back here and said, I just want to let you know that your wife died in childbirth.
Nah.
Wow.
Because she did,
Yeah.
Wow.
and the baby died too.
This
Because
is
Moses didn't want it to happen.
This is the tragedy of selling out.
No. That wasn't had nothing to do with it. That was their time to fall. King
I'm
Darius.
talking about the brother. The brother was the one that.
I'm not talking about the brother. I'm talking about the kingdom in its totality. Listen. He took his woman. Darius is back home mad, and then she sits back here and she got to do what she got to. She gonna tell him no and get killed. That's what she should have did, but she didn't. And he took her, got her pregnant. She died in Egypt.
That's tough.
And he sent a letter saying, yo, dog. I just want to let you know, man.
Our woman died.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Let's keep it informed.
Our lady died.
Hours. They use the word hours.
he lied. I hit it too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Katie died, man.
Yeah.
It's the truth, man. It's messed up.
We have similar taste.
In a letter format? Golly.
Call it silk died.
Yeah.
So that's story.
Yeah, this guy is enraged.
You call it this, I call it that.
Yeah. Shit, bro. Listen, bro. So,
It's tough.
this is what's happening. But to your point, the Most High is changing how the circumstances are going. And the Most High is the grand chessboard master of them all. He's taken down the Persian and Median Empire. He's exposing the men in the priesthood that had untrue hearts. Because that was what Malachi was about in the first place. Remember, it was about the priests that weren't sincere?
Yeah.
That were about gain?
Yep.
And how the Most High had to purge those priests?
Yep.
I remember that.
This is an aspect of how the Most High is purging the priesthood. How do you purge them? You sit back here and through adversity and challenges, you determine who is going to stick by the Most High and who's going to go choose their flesh. This is when the money is low, when the times are hard, when your back is against the wall. Do you choose you? Do you choose staying in and fighting through the work? That's the challenge. And this is how he purges the people who weren't sincere. Then you go, all these guys got removed. And you go to the land of the Israelites that aren't respected. Because in paragraph 7 of the Josephus, he tells you that Shechem and Samaria was also the place where the Jews that ran from judgment ran to. Remember when you read in St. John chapter 4? We're going to go there. I'm not going to take all the time if we can. Remember in John chapter 4 where Christ was talking to the Samaritan woman?
The woman at
and
the
he
well.
was in Samaria?
Mm-hmm.
And then he stayed in Samaria for 2 days? But they said he stayed in Sychar. Sychar. Sychar is Shechem. Was ancient Shechem. Shechem was the place where Israelites from the south who were being charged with a crime, spiritual crime, breaking the law. The guys who broke the Sabbath, they ran to Shechem. The Israelites who ran from their battle, they went to Shechem. So Christ stayed in Shechem for 2 days, teaching Israelites that were running from judgment in Israel. We'll go into that later. But these Levites ended up being thrown in that bunch of Israelites who were runners. Who ran to judgment, and they were now labeled as runners and quitters in the spirit. Because that's what these Levites ended up being. You just didn't want to stay in order. So because you didn't want to stay in order, you ran to find a comfortable place because you just didn't want to stay in order and wait for the Most High to come through for you, like all these other Israelites that ran to Shechem who didn't want to change. like Israelites now do. Instead of just changing and adapting to the standard the Most High has for you, they run. They go somewhere else. They look for refuge and comfort around people who quit also. Because that's really what it is. Because that's what Shechem was known for, the city of quitters. The cities of Israelites who run from their battle. Look at, we're going to go there. So you know what the Most High did? Let all these quitters go. Let them go around other quitters and keep the men who have integrity in the city. That's what the Most High has been trying to do from the beginning. This is why he sits back here and wants the leadership to be strong and maintain their position. So the ones who ain't, let them get away and be the individuals they want to be. That is the power that comes from judgment and doing things the right way. You eradicate people who aren't serious about the change and the commitment. Let's continue in the Josephus. So Josephus, book 8, book 11, Slakia, chapter 8, paragraph 3 in the middle, right?
Line 316.
Line 316. You said 316?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the event proved otherwise than they expected. For the king joined battle with the Macedonians and was beaten and lost a great part of his army.
He lost a big chunk of his army and his wife. Read on.
His mother also, and his wife and children.
He lost it. Because that's what these Persians do. These Persians bring all their gals and their family and their ladies to watch them fight. What the hell are you doing,
Stupid.
Keep them at the house. Keep them safe. You know what the hell's going to go on in your situation.
That's you thinking you already gonna win.
That's all ego and pride. But they also say that was a Persian tradition. That they brought all their women and children to the fight.
Okay.
That's dumb. You're asking for it. But I guess when it's worked 50 times,
Yeah.
just like the wicker shields act.
Yeah,
The wicker shields must have worked
Yeah.
until it didn't.
Well, they also had the immortals, and they also had an army that was known to fire off so many arrows that it would darken the day. It would darken the sun. So they had their pride in their weaponry.
Yeah, so it
They're
worked. Like I
awesome.
said, it worked until
Yeah.
Moses said, "Nah, we're gonna get these other guys some better weapons, and they're gonna wipe you out, and that's it."
Yep.
So this guy's mama got taken.
That's
His
like-
mama and them got taken. His wife, his gal, his kids, and they're all captives. And he ran like a little lady. Why didn't you come back and regroup and fight?
But our people still do it today.
Why didn't they fade back, maybe 100 meters back, and come back at him?
You know our people still do it because our people will still bring our wives and kids front row at the boxing ring, and I get knocked out. Yeah, I get knocked out. Yeah.
Like glass jump.
Yeah, so you know mama screaming, and that's my baby. You didn't knock my baby out.
Yeah.
Bro.
We still do it, man.
Mama Crazy wife watched him fight that. Russia knocked him out.
She told her, she said, "Listen, man, throw in the towel." We're bringing movie fights into the Bible explanations. Oh my God. But that's where the pride and arrogance kicks in.
He was dancing. He was dancing, living in America. James Brown came
Brother, he burned out in the first before the fight, before the first quarter, first round. Anyway, so what are we saying here, the plan backfired. He lost his entire family. Now he's going back home, Persia, stressing out. What is he going to do? Okay, now keep going.
And he fled into Persia. So Alexander came into Syria and took Damascus.
So he came into Syria next, because Syria was that city that was above Tyre and Zidon. He wipes out Syria, Damascus, really quickly. Read on.
And when he had obtained Sidon,
Zidon.
he besieged Tyre. And when he sent an epistle to
Stop. He says when he sat back here, he sieged Sidon and besieged Tyre. Tyre, I never knew this, but Tyre had already extended out to an island.
What?
Because Tyre initially was along the coastline. It was Tyre and Zidon was around the coastline. But what happened is Sidon was inland, and Tyre ended up extending out in an island. And I would imagine they did it for their shipping business.
Yeah.
Because we know that Tyre had their shipping business off in Carthage, which was northern Africa. The remnants of the Tyrian Zidonian Empire end up being the Carthaginian Empire. We know that. But before they even maintained their power in Carthage, this was their stronghold island.
Shipping port.
It was their shipping point, it was their stronghold. So they took out Alexander after he took out Syria, took out Zidon, which is on the coastline. Then they sat back here and constructed a land bridge from the coastal city all the way to Tyre and Zidon. And this siege took 6 months. It took 6 months to build this. I don't know how the hell
Had to be a float.
they made some damn land bridge to get from there to there and cross it and then wipe them out. But it took 6 months to get this accomplished. Okay? 6 months. And while that's happening, so it said, read again, so Alexander came into Syria.
God. So Alexander came into Syria and took Damascus. And when he had obtained Sidon, he besieged Tyre. And when he sent an epistle to the Jewish high priest to send him some auxiliaries and to supply his army with provisions.
So listen, now Alexander is saying, listen, we're about to bust these guys up. We are building this land bridge to take out Tyre. Give us some bread, some wheat, some wine, and some money to help us finish this job. Because if you don't, after we finish these boys, we're coming for you. This is what's happening. And all news, everybody heard that the Persians got whipped up in Turkey. So they're like, damn it, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit back here and give this man the resources we're supposed to give monthly to the Persian Empire? Because those resources are supposed to go to Persia. The resources can't go to both. So now they're in a moral and spiritual dilemma. What direction do you take? Do you save your neck now? Or risk the Persian Empire coming to wipe you out if Alexander loses? You don't know what the Most High is going to do with Alexander. You don't know how it's going to play out. Don't forget, when the Egyptians and the Babylonians fought each other before the fall of Jerusalem, there was times where it looked like Egypt was going to win.
Yep.
There was times where it looked like Babylon was going to win. But you really didn't know how it was going to play out.
Nobody knew.
So if you don't know, do you go make a decision with your brain? Or do you stay in order with the Most High and make the decision based off integrity? It's always that question. You make the logical decision or do you make the spiritual decision?
This is when logic fails. This is when, because we push rationality and logic for periods of time.
And we say it makes more sense me doing it this way.
Exactly. But then there's a time when logic is off the table and it's not about logic.
Yes.
It is about your spiritual discernment. Do you understand the Most High? You know what's right for the spirit of the
Or
Most
do
High?
you trust the Most High?
Trust the Most High. And
Huh?
he was affected by these decisions.
This is a real scenario. So you got a few months because they got to make this bridge. I'm like, but they're putting pressure. We need supplies now. So if you don't give us these supplies, we're gonna still beat them. Then we're gonna come back and we're gonna touch you. So what do? And you, in the back of your mind, you have the history of the fact that we were supposed to stay obedient. Hold this and give me Jeremiah 27, verse 5 through 11.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 27, verses 5 through 11 reads.
Let me get it real quick, Salakia.
Come.
Jeremiah 27. This is a very important thing to hold on to and retain based on this situation. Jeremiah 27, verses 5 through 11.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 27 in verse 5 reads, I have made the earth, the man and the beast that are upon the ground, by my great power and by my outstretched arm, and have given it unto whom it seemed meet.
So the Most High is saying, He made the earth. He has made man, and He is, with His great power, the Most High decides to give whoever He wants to give that sovereignty to. So what the Most High is saying, whatever country or sovereign country He chooses to elevate and make stronger than the other nations, that's all in the hands of the Heavenly Father. If He wants to elevate the Greeks, that's His choice. If He wants to elevate the Persians or the Babylonians or the Shanghai dynasty or the Chinese dynasty or the damn Mongolian Empire, it's all the Most High's power. The Arabian Empire, it's His decisions. And what He's saying is, whoever He decides to give power and sovereignty to, the Jew has to follow it.
He rules in the kingdom of men.
Con. Let's continue.
Con, verse 6. And now have I given
He says, and have given it
unto whom it seemed meet unto me.
Most High is going to give who He wants to give the power to. Whoever He feels like doing it. This is when we were already still in our power, and He was preparing us. You have your own power, but you're about to lose it. And whoever I tell you to sit back and follow it, you got to follow. Read on.
Verse 6 now. And now have I given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar the king.
I've allowed Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, to take this land and rule it. So you are going to have to serve the king of Babylon. This is why we can get mad at the white man in America all we want. The Most High gave America the power to rule and have dominion and sovereignty over us. We can complain all we want, but this is the Most High's will.
We think we can vote our way out of it.
No. You're going to serve because you were chosen to serve. Read on.
The king of Babylon, my servant, and the beasts of the field have I give him also to serve.
So he's saying, listen, all the resources were supposed to be given to the nation of Babylon to manage it as they like. As they'd like. Read on.
Verse 7. And all nations shall serve him, and his sons, and his sons' sons, until the very time of his land come.
So he's like, listen, until your grandchildren come, they're going to serve the king of Babylon. Until the king of Babylon's time has run out. Read on.
And then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him. And it shall come to pass that the nation...
So he says other nations are going to capitalize off of Babylon's fall. And the nation that capitalized off Babylon's fall were the Persians. And then after the Persians, the Greeks capitalized off the Persians' fall. Because immediately after Persia fell, Greece had power over all the lands. When you sit back here and look at the Greek Empire, they only fought like 7 fights. Not that I'm trivializing it, but they gathered all that land from Greece to Persia in 5 to 7 battles. They didn't fight in Egypt. They didn't fight us. They wiped out Tyrus. In 6 months, they quickly defeated Syria. They fought 3 fights in what do you call it, a war in Turkey. So that's 5. Then they fought the Persian king, wiped them out. That's 6. And they tried to take it a little further. Maybe in under 10 battles, they conquered all of that area.
In 12 years.
Well, Persia had to sit back here and grind to get all of it. They wiped it out quick. Matter of fact, shoot. It was really a shorter span from 333 to 331 is when they did all the major work. Because really, they sat back here. The majority of the work was the fighting in Turkey. Then they sat back, won a couple fights in Asia. They chilled in Egypt. Then they came back. They gathered their resources and their men, and they wiped them out. It was only a handful of years. It wasn't long. Now, it was 12 years in totality, but a lot of that was just in reorganizing Greece. And then when everything was done, they kind of went into those Indian countries to kind of further it out. But the bulk of the work was in 3 years. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Let's get back to verse 7.
Verse 7 from the top again reads, and all nations shall serve him, and his sons, and his sons' sons, until the very time of his land come. And then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 8, and it shall come to pass that the nation and kingdom which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish.
Remember, Jeremiah was walking around with a yoke on his neck?
Yeah.
A yoke of wood. And the Most High commanded him to send that yoke to all the surrounding countries. Edom, Moab, Syria, Tyre, Philistia. And he said, all you guys need to learn to follow this king. And if you don't follow this king, read on.
That nation will I punish.
This was what the Most High was trying to teach us. You know what he was trying to do? He was trying to teach us how to what? Serve. Because we didn't know how to serve the Most High, and we damn sure didn't know how to serve the nations.
Nope.
We were a bunch of hard-head, rock-head people that didn't serve nothing and nobody. So the Most High was really showing us grace. Listen, you guys are going to have to learn how to serve the Greek Empire. And if you don't, I'm sorry, not the Greeks, the Babylonians. And if you don't serve the Babylonians, then I'm going to destroy you. But with this in our mind, this is the same thing that's got to be in our mind when the Persian Mede Empire was about to fall and the Greeks were on the rise. Do you stay in order with the kingdom that the Most High told you to serve? Or do you switch positions and serve the new incoming kingdom that's coming? That's the moral decision. But we have to sit back here and take a position of integrity. The integrity decision is to stay in order with the Most High and follow the leader in the kingdom that you were supposed to follow in the first place. And deal with the results of the Greek Empire that comes here to try to deal with their comeuppance, but you're not giving them supplies. Because the Greeks are going to come back and say, how can you not give us supplies? Then it's time to besiege Jerusalem. They knew that was coming. And if you know direct punishment's coming to you, you better stay in order with the Most High. And you better know the Most High's got your back during a decision like that you have to make. If you're going to take the integrity decision, you better be in order. Because what the Jews are about to do is throw themselves at the mercy of the king of Persia. The king of Greece. That's what's about to happen. But this scenario is teaching us how to make spiritual decisions. I have to live with the spiritual choice and live with the loss that comes behind it. Because that's what they're saying. We might get killed. Alexander and his men might kill us. We don't know how he's going to respond to the fact that we can't serve two of these guys. We got stung trying to serve two people, two nations in our past in our history. Didn't they?
Yep.
Because we didn't listen to the order in Jeremiah 27, and that's why the punishment got worse. Don't forget, we weren't supposed to get sent to Babylon. We were supposed to just be in the tribute. We didn't accept tribute. So we had to ramp up the punishment. Yeah. Let's keep going. Verse 9 in Jeremiah.
Come, verse 9.
No. He says,
it's in the middle part.
that nation will I punish.
Come. That nation will I punish, saith the Lord, with the sword, and with the famine, and with the pestilence, until I have consumed them by his hand.
So he's saying, I'm going to punish you with sword, famine, and sickness and disease. If you don't learn how to follow the kings I have over you. Read on.
Therefore hearken ye not to Salakia. Therefore hearken not ye to your prophets, nor to your diviners, nor to your dreamers, nor to your enchanters, nor to your sorcerers, which speak unto you, saying, ye shall not serve the king of Babylon.
He said, don't listen to any people around you giving you bad advice not to follow this king. Read on.
Verse 10. For the prophecy a lie.
For they prophesy a lie unto you.
God, for they prophesy.
Listen, just take your time.
God,
The sound is good. The intensity is good. Just take your time.
God.
Read verse 10 from the top again.
God, verse 10 from the top. For they prophesy a lie unto you, to remove you far from your land, and that I should drive you out, and ye should perish.
Sometimes you have to sacrifice intensity for soundness. Okay, that's okay. So what he's saying is, don't let these prophets lie to you and give you a false counsel and lead to the nation's destruction. Let's continue verse 11.
Come, verse 11. But the nations that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, those will I let remain still in their own land.
He says, but the nations in this region, which was Seleucia, that served the king, I'll let them stay in their land. Whether it's the Edomites, the Moabites, the Hebrews, the Zidonians, the Philistines, the Syrians. If they just lock in and serve and pay their debt, I'll let them stay. Read on.
Come, saith the Lord, and they shall till it and dwell therein.
You'll till it, but the fruit of it goes to them. But at least you'll have your land. But why am I going through this entire spill in Jeremiah 27? Because this was the history that these elders and priests had to be conscious of. The last time we did this, whether it was Pekah, King Pekah of the northern kingdom, or Hosea, they both sat back here and did deals with Egypt instead of serving the Assyrian Empire. Now it was in the 700 BC time. Or it was King Zedekiah, or it was Zedekiah, and it was another one. But let's just use Zedekiah, who sat back and did a deal with Egypt and didn't sit back here and just because Zedekiah was given an order. Do not do any deals with Necho, King Necho of Egypt. Don't talk to him. Don't do no deals, no back channel deals, because if so, I'm going to come out here and wipe you out.
And it was Zedekiah that had he was like the final straw before the Most High said, "I'm totally done with y'all."
I know.
It was his bad mistakes. His
I know.
mistakes of not choosing correctly, not using right judgment. But the Most High just said, "I'm done. I'm finished now. I'm going to wipe all of y'all."
Not dealing with integrity.
Yep.
You got to know what's right and live with the bad. Listen, when you do the right thing, there's bad that comes with doing the right thing sometimes. There's loss. And can a person sit back here and deal with the loss that comes from making the right decision? That's life. And can we live with those deals? Okay? So, let's get back to the Josephus and read. So Alexander came into Syria. Matter of fact, let's have Nagahai start it up. Continue it.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah. I'm much. What? Yah Ban Shemai Shabbatah.
Yah Bashem Yav Shah Brakatham.
All right. Okay, so I think the brother had said the line. I don't know the line because my Josephus doesn't say the line.
We're in line 312.
Where it says so Alexander.
So Alexander, that was
10?
322. No. He said.
So Alexander came into Syria.
Hold on, I just wrote it. So Alexander.
No. Sorry.
Where it says so Alexander came into Syria and took Damascus.
Okay, let me get it. That was 317. We was at 317. Now we're at 317.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, line 317.
Come on, sir. Line 317. So Alexander came into Syria and took Damascus. And when he had obtained Sidon, he besieged Tyre.
And we talked about how the Greeks built that land bridge to cross. Not the I'm sorry. How the Greeks built that land bridge to cross over into that island that Tyre had made as their fortress, okay, and their main hub. Continue.
When he sent an epistle to the Jewish high priest to send him some auxiliaries and to supply his army with provisions, and that what presents he formerly sent to Darius, he would now send to him, and choose the friendship of the Macedonians, and that he should never repent of so doing.
He said, don't look back. Once you give us these provisions, you working for the Greeks now. So this is a serious, because the thing is, once you help a little bit, you can't just give them a little taste and stop.
Consistent.
You can't give them a little taste and stop. you got to give it all the time up, right? Don't tease me, man. I'm going to come back and get some more. I want it all at this point. So this is what the Greeks are saying. Just pledge allegiance with us, and we got you. Read on.
Line 318. But the high priest answered the messengers that he had given his oath to Darius not to bear arms against him. And he said,
that's part of the servitude pact, and that's what being honorable is. We can't bear arms against King Darius III. We were loyal servants to the Persians the entire time. If you think about it, the Persians is the ones who let us rebuild our empire.
Financed it.
They financed the whole thing. They financed the temple. They financed us moving from Babylon back to damn Jerusalem.
The walls.
The walls, everything. For the first time in a long time, we can sit back here and change the narrative that the people had about the Jew. Remember Cambyses read that letter about the Jew don't listen to nobody out? They don't follow nobody out. And it's the truth. Now we can recorrect that and stay honorable. But keep going.
and he said that he would not transgress this while Darius was in the land of the living.
He says, as long as Darius is living, I can't sit back here and back you. There's no disrespect. Read on.
Upon hearing this answer, Alexander was very angry, and though he determined not to leave Tyre, which was just ready to be taken,
he said, listen, I'm not going to, listen, we just built this bridge. We're going to break these dudes. But part of me wants to go get y'all now. He said, I'm not going to sit back here and stop what I'm doing. But this pissed me off. So I'm ready to sit back here and finish these dudes and come right back here and touch this smoke with y'all. Read on.
That's no different than when the credit company call you, they want payment. You know what I'm saying? You don't got the money.
Sir, this is a call to collect a debt.
Debt. We call it collecting debt. They say it on Stern.
Yeah. And that's when they start calling you job.
Yeah.
So listen, if this was something company, there is an outstanding debt that your worker hasn't paid in forever. Can we speak to your boss?
Yeah, we want to garnish wages.
Yes, yeah, they want to embarrass you. That's what they want to do. They want to embarrass you and make you look bad.
That's legal?
Yeah. Listen, if you don't pay your bills, they call your boss out and just make you look bad. That's what they do. They can't change nothing, but everybody at the job is like, this person doesn't pay their bills.
Yeah.
They're what to do with their money?
You're getting paid.
Like, what are you doing, man?
Why are these people calling me?
And they're calling me, and then when the boss got to keep picking up phone calls, like you really looking bad. They do. That's what they do, bro. So anyway, this is what's going on. So Alexander's mad. Read on.
and though he determined not to leave Tyre, which was just ready to be taken, yet, as soon as he had taken it, he threatened that he would make an expedition against the Jewish high priest.
And listen, he said, I'm coming at the priest. And he said, listen, man, I'm on a win streak. I'm 5-0 right now with 5 knockouts. That's what's happening now. And I just took down the big boss in Persia already. I'm coming for you next. I'm about to finish these chumps off. And then he's in little silk outfits. You know, Tyrians, those were rich dudes.
Yep.
They were comfortable. He said, I'm coming for y'all next. Bro, keep going.
And through him, teach all men to whom they must keep their oaths. So when he had, with a good deal of pains during the siege, taken Tyre,
He said he's going to teach all to them, all to whom they must keep their oaths. See, listen, I'm going to teach everybody. You better sit back here and ride with me.
I'm going to make an example out of it.
I'm going to make an example out of it. I'm making an example out of you for not sitting back here and riding with the winner, with the hero. Read on.
So when he had with a good deal of pains during the siege, taken Tyre, and had settled its affairs, he
That took 6 months. That's why it says a great deal of pains. It took a long time to break down that city. Read on.
He came to the city of Gaza, and besieged both the city and him that was governor of the garrison, whose name was Babameses.
Babameses got handled. Gaza was the Philistine Empire. So they came down the coast after they took down Tyre. Then they sat back here and took down the Philistines, which wasn't that much of a battle at that point. Now they're zeroing in on Jerusalem. Because they knew Philistia didn't have the covered cities to really stop any kind of siege. They knew Jerusalem, you have to hunker down and break this thing down. So now they're focusing on Jerusalem next. Read on.
Paragraph 4. But Sanballat thought he had now gotten a proper opportunity to make his attempt. So he renounced Darius.
So now Sanballat flip-flops.
Damn.
The governor flip-flopped on Darius.
Getting
Now
great.
Sanballat's sitting back here and is on the Greek team to save his tail because he's the politician. He's the politician.
He's a great
He's
survivor.
switching sides. And what about the Hebrews up there at?
They're sold out.
That's
Yeah.
that's still out Hebrews that's waiting on this temple to get built at. Their whole life is in flux in a foreign land at. Anyway, so this is what Sanballat's making the switch. They try to align himself with Alexander. Read on.
So he renounced Darius, and taking with him 7,000 of his own subjects, he came to Alexander, and finding him beginning the siege of Tyre.
But see, he sat back here, had enough vision after he saw his mentor get his butt whipped in Turkey. Darius said, "Let me meet him in Tyre and set something up with him. For when he takes out these Zidonians, he'll have somebody to protect him and back him on this side." And Samaria was right
I missed that
above.
understanding. What was that about?
Okay. Sanballat, remember he was talking to Manasseh,
Yeah.
which was the Levite, and all those men that backed him. They said, listen, after Darius beats these Macedonians, Darius is going to come back down here to Samaria, and we can work on the details about this temple.
The finance of the temple in the mountains.
Yes, in the mountains, in Mount Gerizim. Darius loses. He runs back to Persia. Now he's sitting back here, Sanballat, in Samaria, saying, okay, he going to lose this. I'm hedging my bets on the Greeks. So I'm going to meet Alexander in Tyre and proposition a deal with him and establish alliance with him in Tyre. At the same time, that Alexander wants resources from the Jews in the south. Okay? Now, let's continue.
And finding him beginning the siege of Tyre, he said to him that he delivered up to him these men who came out of places under his dominion.
So he's like, I'm picking up these 7,000 scragglers, and they're yours to use how you want to use them. You need some cannon fodder, some workers, some fighters. Do what you got to do. I'm giving you 7,000 men as a peace offering. It's all politics.
That's saving skin.
That's saving his skin. Okay? So keep going.
And did gladly accept of him for their lord instead of Darius.
So he said, I gladly switch sides for you.
Damn.
Forget Darius the third. I'm with you. I'm Team Greece. Read on.
Line 322. So when Alexander had received him kindly, Sanballat thereupon took courage and spake to him about his present affairs.
Now if you like me, now I got to come with the deal I want. I gave you 7,000 men. I gave you help. I renounced Darius. Now I got my hand out. That's the game. That's politics. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think campaign contributions are about?
Exactly.
I'm gonna give you X amount of million for your campaign to help you win, but I need something on the back end. That's what what are those things called?
It's not regulations.
Campaign
Contributions.
lobbying. That's what lobbying is. That's all lobbying is about. Okay, so he's lobbying his way by giving Alexander something first: loyalty
Concessions.
and men. Exactly. So let's continue.
He told him that he had a son-in-law, Manasseh, who was brother to the high priest Jaddua, and that there were many others of his own nation now with him, that were desirous to have a temple in the places subject to it.
So also, Sanballat knew the head. He knew who Alexander was. He knew Alexander was a I don't want to say fake spiritual guy, but he knew Alexander had a proclivity to embracing
Superstition.
things of the spirit, the appeasing to the gods. He knew that because why would he bring this up? Why would Manasseh? Why would even bringing that up matter at this point? Who the hell is Manasseh? And who the hell is that? What the hell is what does he got to do with anything? Except for the fact that he's appealing to Alexander's proclivity to locking in with the gods and the omens that he had that guided his entire campaign for those 12 years.
He's famous for that.
When you sit back and you just watch the documentaries, the war's not making this up. Whether he sat back here and went to certain holy places in Turkey, certain holy places in their perceived Greece Empire, holy places in
Athens,
but also in Egypt. He sat back here and his decision making was all about omens. Even when he got to Jerusalem, he saw in Jerusalem what he saw in his visions and his dreams. He was all about omens and dreams and visions
and seeking out oracles for spiritual
confirmation.
Yep.
So Sanballat understood that and said, "Hey, I got a guy out here. He's a priest. He needs a place to congregate and build his temple up." And there was those same Jews that are known for being connected to God. A lot of those Levite priests from Jerusalem are with me. I just need a go-ahead and some financing to build this up. Is that okay? And we're going to read what Alexander says, but let's continue.
And that there were many others of his own nation now with him that were desirous to have a temple in the places subject to him. Line 323. That it would be for the king's advantage to have the strength of the Jews divided into two parts.
Mm-hmm.
Lest, when the nation is of one mind and united, upon any attempt for innovation, it proved troublesome to kings, as it had formerly proved to the kings of Assyria.
So he's saying, listen, if you keep them split and you keep their God divided, you have a greater chance of winning.
And that's Judah chapter 5.
Yep. That's Judah chapter 5. You split them in half, you can beat them. But the funny thing is, he didn't realize that the weakness of the men was severed. The Most High severed the weak men, so the remaining Hebrews were strong. He didn't see it that way. But he felt a divide and conquer situation. But what he's letting you know, what he told Alexander was why he sat back here and financed Manasseh in the first place. He's telling you why he did it. If I keep them divided, I keep an advantage over them. That was his reason. Was it really about the love of his daughter and keeping the marriage together?
No.
Hell no, it wasn't about keeping the marriage together. If I keep the priesthood divided, if I keep the leadership divided, I keep a foothold in that city, in that region. And he's telling Alexander the reason why he is financing this crappy deal anyway. It had nothing to do with the love of Manasseh and the concern for those priests.
Or his daughter.
It was about maintaining power by destabilizing a region. All the ways that are being done now is the same thing that was done in the past.
The brother, the Aggie student, had the question. He had a question about why would it benefit if you go up?
Yeah, I couldn't read it because I was.
He said maybe you brothers already covered it.
Yeah.
He says, but maybe I just missed it. What I'm not clear about is why were the heathen nations were so determined in making all these deals and marriages with Israel?
Yes.
So it's showing you why it benefited the nations to supplant themselves amongst the Israelites, because as long as we were destabilized, remember the riches of the Gentiles was the riches of the Gentiles. Our fall became the riches of the Gentiles.
So as long as we were destabilized, there was more to be dispersed amongst the rest of the world.
You divided.
Moab did it?
Yeah, Moab did it. The Canaanites did it. So it benefits the world. The whole world benefits on our fall.
Yep.
So they pick up the crumbs and the pieces and the fruit of the land
Right.
that belongs to us, that the Most High gives us as an inheritance.
100%.
All the strength of our resources go to them. Even the strength of our labor goes to them.
Yeah.
They win out. They win the major benefit of our labor. We don't get paid for the amount of work that we actually do or deserve. The nations actually make the majority of the benefits of our profits of our labor. Our inventions. How many inventions have we created?
Most of
That the patent company didn't give us a patent for. Somebody stole a patent for.
Yep.
And making millions. We've created billions. We've generated billions of dollars of trillions of revenue for this nation alone that we're in now. How much money did the record deal make? If CDs were $34 at the height of CD sales, and we made 11 cents per CD, where's the other money go? And you sold
11, not even $1. Not even. I remember CDs was $20.
No, but at the height of CDs were $34.
That's crazy.
At the height of CDs.
That's crazy.
Yeah, CDs were $34.
That wasn't double albums, Doc?
No, that was not
That's
double album.
crazy.
That was at the height of CD sales. It was $34 for one CD. And you had artists make 11 cents off one CD.
It's crazy.
And they sold 1 million copies. You can't even do the math on that. You can, but it's crazy. The amount of resources that we've generated for this nation. This nation alone in America. Talking about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans.
God.
Cigarette sales. Newport alone.
Yeah.
Cools, Black and Miles.
Yeah.
Camels. Whatever. All cigarettes alone. Cigars. Alcohol, liquor. Hennessy,
bro.
Cadillac, Mercedes.
I don't know, Sir Jacques Hennessy. That dude's got money in France. He is okay.
No, it's a conglomerate.
I'm just saying.
No, you talking about the Moet Hennessy. It's the Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy. LVMH. Louis Vuitton Moet and Hennessy. That's a conglomerate. Yes, that's the guy that owns that. I forgot his name, but he reports billions of dollars of income and resources a year off of Arnold Renault. Yeah, he reports billions of dollars of revenue off of. We're the ones that want the Louis Vuitton. We call ourselves Louis Vuitton Don. We the ones that buy the Hennessy. We buy the Moet. We buy the cigarettes. We generate billions and trillions of dollars. Yeah, bro, come on.
You gotta go.
So he's showing you the benefits of the nations. When we're destabilized, all the resources go to them. It benefits the nations to keep us divided. Not having our own companies. Not having our own production companies. Manufacturing companies. Engineering companies. They control the world. Textiles. We got to buy their clothes. We gotta buy a polo. You know how much money we done made polo? How much money we done made Tommy Hilfiger? How much money we done made Nike? Jordan? Man, we done spent trillions of dollars.
Right.
So it benefits the world to keep us destabilized, to keep us divided. If not, we make our own for us by us. Nobody gonna make no money. If we profit from our own revenues, there will be no opportunity for nobody to make any money in the industry. We control the industry, but they understand that, so it benefits the world to keep us divided, keep us at each other's necks. You can't. They're not gonna let us come together. They'll go broke.
Listen, it says 5. Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy alone is valued at $500 billion.
Yeah,
That's $500 billion.
$500 billion.
That's just for a small asset.
And they own all the luxury brands. They own like Celine. They own all these different brands of purses. Yes, sir.
Also, Louis Vuitton, like if they see you, like selling knockoff Louis Vuitton, they have
a task
permit
force
in there to get them out of there. Otherwise, they sue them.
And they do it bad at the flea market at Eisenhower.
Yeah, they did that. They
That's
did
the truth, that.
Eisenhower.
I know they did. There was a lady that was making money with that fake Louis stuff for years, and they finally shut it down. That's what happens, bro.
They own like 500 companies, luxury brands. You think you're buying a luxury brand like product, man? Louis Vuitton owns that. All these luxury brands are owned by one conglomerate.
Yeah.
So of course it benefits them to keep us divided.
Yeah. So you got a verse, or we want to?
Well, I was gonna go to Judas, but we don't need it. We talked about it.
Yeah, we got it.
We talked about it.
We got it. We're gonna finish this paragraph up and save the rest for later. So let's go. Whereupon Alexander.
Line 324.
Whereupon Alexander gave Sanballat leave so to do.
So Alexander was like, listen, go ahead and sit back here and build that temple to keep these Jews divided. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If your Sanballat was the enemy of the Jews, portraying himself as if he was there.
Here's some tea.
So this is what's going on. Let's continue.
Cough drop.
I got some in the back. Thanks to Nagaha. Let's keep going.
Who used the utmost diligence and built the temple.
It's in the back. It's open. Sorry, I keep going, Nagaha.
Who used the utmost diligence and built the temple and made Manasseh the priest.
So they sat back here and built it. They built this FAUX. It's a faux temple. It's a faux temple up in Assyria at Mount Gerizim. Gerizim, was that?
Nah, that's awesome. You know that.
Yeah, faux? Hell yeah.
B-A-U-X.
Yeah, Fox.
Yeah.
I used to think it was Fox, like FAUX, but it's faux.
It's
Yeah, it's faux. So they made a faux temple, a faux priesthood, and this sucker Manasseh took the deal. Read on.
And made Manasseh the priest, and deemed it a great reward that his daughter's children should have that dignity.
Mm-hmm.
But when the 7 months of the siege of Tyre were over, and the 2 months of the siege of Gaza,
So Gaza was 2 months. Tyre was 7. Read on.
Sanballat died.
Mosai took him out.
Yeah.
He's like, for the person who's trying to create a destabilized situation, the Mosai destabilized their whole country. Their whole jurisdiction got destabilized because of their intention to destabilize the Jews.
Wow.
You know, the truth is, this is why having faith is everything. You got to have faith that Most High is going to sit back and work in ways that you can't see. Because if you would have tried to see if this was going to work, there was no way you was going to tangibly see how this scenario was going to work in our favor. If you're reading the information at this point and stop, you would think, man, the Greeks are going to tear up the Jew. This is it. But there's no way in hell you're going to see how the Most High will work this out. Unless you have faith and wait and let the Most High play out all these things He's going to play out. But continue.
Now Alexander, when he had taken Gaza, made haste to go up to Jerusalem. And Jaddua, the high priest, when he heard that, was in an agony.
Was in hell, yeah, he was stressing, right?
He made the
He's like,
wrong
we're going to
choice.
sit back here and these Greeks will come out here and wipe us out. Did I make the right decision? Did I take the right spiritual stance? Should I have sold out? Should I have given them what they wanted?
Yeah.
This is agony because you don't know how this shit's going to shake. Read on.
And under terror, as not knowing how he should meet the Macedonians, since the king was displeased at his foregoing disobedience. He therefore ordained that the people should make supplications and should join with him in offering sacrifice to the Most High.
That's all you can do. You better stop what you're doing and send prayers up. We better kill some oxen tonight. We be sacrificing our asses off. Right? We better sacrifice and pray and hope the Most High turns this around.
And confess fault.
And confess your fault. That's all you got. And the Most High reduces all of us to this moment. If you're humble enough to receive it, He breaks you down with the intent, purpose that you sit back and pray and apologize to the Most High for your negative conduct.
Isaiah 5:15.
What does it say?
I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In
Huh?
their affliction, they will seek me early.
God. Well, the affliction, when the affliction hits, either you sit back and seek the Most High and pray, or you do what? You take matters in your own hands. And you do what you want to do. That's how this plays out. Those other priests made their move when the adversity came. When the adversity hit everybody else, Jaddua made the right decision. He sent his prayers up. He had the entire nation offer sacrifices, admit their sins, and get prepared for whatever blowback the Most High is going to have happen to their city. Read on.
He therefore ordained that the people should make supplications and should join with him in offering sacrifices to the Most High, whom he besought to protect that nation and to deliver them from the perils that were coming upon them. Whereupon the Most High warned him in a dream, which came upon him after he had offered sacrifice.
So what is he telling you? The clarity comes what? After the sacrifice.
After he had offered sacrifice.
The sacrifices, after the sacrifice, you get the answers you're looking for. After the abstinence, after the humility, then you get your clarity.
I hope brothers write this down.
I know. After the humility, after the prayers, it's really the humility act. When you stop making it about your decision and your wisdom, when you humble down, the answers come. The Spirit works with you, talks to you. It gives you the clarity that you need.
It gives you foresight.
It gives you the understanding and the foresight. Read on.
Come. Whereupon the Most High warned him in a dream, which came upon him after he had offered the sacrifice, that he should take courage and adorn the city and open the gates, that the rest appear in white garments, but that he and the priest should meet the king in the habits proper.
Hold on. He says, take courage, adorn the city, open the gates, carry yourself with what? Pride.
Dignity.
And dignity. The proper pride. Not Jake pride. Carry yourself the right way. Put some classy clothes on. Be unified in your attire. Adorn the city. Clean the damn streets. Organize the city. Open the gates. Meaning, whatever the Most High going to do, he going to do. Whatever Alexander's going to do, he going to do. We're going to carry ourselves with dignity and honor, however this plays out. He's showing us a template how we have to roll when the Most High deals with us. When we go through difficult times, what do? We don't comb our head. We don't have order. We don't have no respect. We don't keep our composure and our discipline. You can't tell nobody nothing. He said, this is the most, in their lifetime, it don't get no more difficult than this. He says that at your most difficult, challenging time in your life, carry yourself with the most dignity and poise and discipline as you humanly could possibly be. We don't roll like that. We catch a little bit of suffering, off to drug land we go. Off to a lack of discipline, we go. Off to alcoholism, we go. This is a fight for their life. You think Israel was getting shit-faced the night before? No, they were praying, sending supplication to the Most High and getting their mind right for what was about to happen.
You'll be dead in the morning.
God. But a carnal person, I'm just going to go on a bench then, bro. Forget it.
Party like it's 1999.
Exactly. Kind of. So let's keep going.
That he should take courage and adorn the city and open the gates, that the rest appear in white garments, but that he and the priest should meet the king in the habits proper to their order.
So he says, then the priest, he says everybody was going to wear white garments, and then the priest had to sit back here and carry themselves in a way that was proper to meet a king. So now the priests were the ones who had to speak up for the rest of the people and maintain their order. So they had to dress accordingly and maintain respect. So when they engage Alexander, they're going to be presentable to Alexander also. Yeah, you seeing it? Yeah. That's hilarious. We might not be talking about the same people. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue.
Let me go back. But that he and the priest should meet the king in the habits proper to their order, without the dread of any ill consequences, which the providence of the Most High.
You got to read up a little higher, man. I'm chuckling inside.
Line 327. Whereupon the Most High warned him in a dream, which came upon him after he had offered sacrifice, that he should take courage and adorn the city and open the gates, that the rest appear in white garments, but that he and the priests should meet the king in the habits proper to their order.
Yes.
Without the dread.
And what's so important also is when you're facing life and death situations, because that's what the priests and the people were facing. Don't approach Alexander the Greek with dread, with fear, with doubt about what's about to happen. Maintain your composure, maintain your discipline, maintain your poise while facing and staring down possible death. Read on.
Without the dread of any ill consequences, which the providence of the Most High would prevent.
Okay, so he's saying, operate and carry yourself as if nothing bad is going to happen. This is the way the Most High wanted the priests to carry themselves. Read on.
Which the providence of the Most High would prevent, upon which, when he rose from his sleep, he greatly rejoiced, and declared to all the warning he had received from the Most High, according to which dream he acted entirely.
So what he's saying is, he woke up relieved because he got clarity on what to do next. And the clarity was to sit back here, stand fast, stay in order, stay disciplined, and allow the Most High can sit back here and take care of us.
Yep.
That's what this was. He was going to come through as long as we maintain our poise and our discipline. What's the lesson?
More of the same.
When the so-called Negroes, the indigenous people of North, Central, and South America, God's real Jews, when they stay in order, there's nothing anybody that can do to stop what the Most High is going to do for us. There's not one person on earth with threatening words and negative things to say that's going to stop Israel from getting to the kingdom and getting saved. So when Black Christ comes back down here to save the so-called Negroes and the God shows people of North, Central, and South America, there's nothing for us to stress out about.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Even though there's a lot of threats and people are going to be saying a lot of negative things, even worse what we're getting now.
Well, your time is up.
Your time is up, and this is a matter of time. And
you can't stop the prophecy.
You can't stop the prophecy. You can't stop what the Bible, who the Bible was really written for anyway. So all we have to do is stay in order, like the message is being dropped on here, man. Stay in order and let the Most High take care of everything else.
We go through many classes about the Most High defending you.
Got it.
Because that's what we're reading about now. When you're defenseless in the face of a Greek army that has an intention to destroy you. What do you do in a situation where you're defenseless? You got to lean on the Most High that much more. You got to call on the Most High. You want to read this real quick? Ezra chapter 10, 1 through 3. Ezra chapter 10, 1 through 3.
God. Oh, yeah. Yep. Ezra chapter 10 and verse 1 reads, Now, when Ezra had prayed, and when he had confessed.
It said, what do you do in a situation where the odds are against you? You pray and you confess.
Yep.
Those two things you put together, prayer and confession. You put it together. Read on.
And have confidence that that's enough.
Weeping and casting himself down.
You humble yourself. Read on.
Before the house of the Most High.
Go ahead.
There assembled unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore.
Go ahead.
And Shechaniah the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, We have trespassed against our power.
It said we have trespassed against our power. Read on.
And have taken strange wives.
And what was the problem in the time of Ezra?
And have taken strange wives.
Ezra just had the temple reconstructed. And already Israel was doing what?
Have taken strange wives.
What is with these strange women? We're reading about it. What does it do for us, or what are we missing out on? Maybe it's what we're missing out on. Maybe it's, you always want something you never had. People say you want something you never had. What is it that we want? Why we want these strange women so bad? We've seen too many times in Deuteronomy where the nations will set up foreign women, Midianite women, to get us to serve other gods. We didn't see where the Most High said in Deuteronomy, don't marry them, don't make marriages with them. Already we're back in Jerusalem and we're already looking at these other women as potential wives. It's a big mistake, man. It's a constant error for our people. Read on.
and have taken strange wives of the people of the land.
Go ahead.
Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning this thing.
Go ahead.
Come in, there's one point.
Yes, sir.
But really, we're talking about the strange wives. The strange wives represent personal interest. We always push for years. You can't push your personal interest above the needs of the camp. When men focus on their personal interest, it comes in the form of foreign wives, or the form of financial benefits, or the form of time freedom, or the form of, you get to be exalted as a higher figure, and you're this person of importance, this idea of importance. These are all angles that draw you into Satan. So I want to add what you're saying.
I like what you're saying. Because what are the motivations behind doing it? All these things, I'm doing something different.
Yeah.
Or I'm doing something better than you.
Yeah.
Or what I'm doing is special.
Yeah.
Because we think we're doing something fly. No different than a man wearing pink clothes.
Yeah.
I'm doing something fly. I'm just, it's fly. It's just me. It's how I get down.
Yeah.
That whole pink outfit on. Read on.
Verse 3. Now therefore let us make a covenant with our power to put away all the wives.
And that's what we should do. We should humble ourselves down, confess that we made mistakes, pray to the Most High, and make a vow never to do it again. And get back and lock it in with our power. What else can you do? When you know you make, but to admit that you made a mistake. Obviously, the Most High is not with what you're doing. But our people, we get into a situation and we get scared and we flee. We don't we don't reconnect back to the Father. We say, man, it's hopeless. I have no chance to change. Man, I've done too much. I've gone too far. We get into that, woe is me mentality. Versus saying, you know what? Let me depend on the Most High to impact my life.
Yeah.
Let that go and go back to where we was at in Josephus.
What we're going to do, we're not going to go any further today. Because paragraph 5 and 6 and 7 is a whole other. It's not a whole other thing, but it kind of gives you the conclusion to the situation. But the lesson today is about the integrity you got to have when you don't know the outcome.
Yep.
It's the discipline you have to have, the faith you have to have, the order you have to maintain, despite how things might not look like it's going to work out for you. Listen, they didn't know Alexander was going to come and do something peaceful to them. They thought they was going to open these gates to their upending death. They're going to wear this white. The garment's going to wear, the priest's going to wear their purple. And they got to deal with the consequences of their actions. So there's a lot of lessons in this message, in this story in Josephus. And we're just taking the time to really explain the entire process. But
And at one point, I know I'm jumping in. I got here late. I couldn't help it. They had a truck that flipped on the highway.
I know how much.
It's 18 wheeler.
What's up?
But listen,
We're here for 3 hours.
I know.
You still a teacher for 3 hours.
But what it shows is when you take a stand, what is the spiritual backing behind the position you stand? Because in one instance, we had Israel that they sat there. They said, "I'm not going to fight on the Sabbath. We will die in our innocency." Yeah. And they sat there and they were all holy.
They all got murdered.
And they got killed and slayed, men, women, and children, because they wouldn't fight on the Sabbath. Because they were using a religious mindset versus, you know what, we got to defend our people. What is the basis behind the positions you make? When you make a stand or you make a decisive action, what is the spirit behind it? They made a decision, we're all going to wear white and purple and be men of honor. And we're standing behind
because the Most High gave us that clarity after there was prayers and supplications and sacrifices.
There was spiritual confirmation. What men do is they give themselves personal confirmation. And you make moves off of personal, logical confirmation, what you think is right. And the Most High shows you, He crashes your standing. When you make a standpoint that's not based off of His confirmation, it crashes. The way you could walk around Jericho 7 times, and the Most High will still defend you because the spirit behind what you're doing.
Yep.
Well, listen, we're going to shut it down today. We got a lot out of this today. We will continue class on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sabbath. Let's go. And for whatever tuning in, y'all, we're going to send our prayers up. Majam, Pupanya, Yirah Shalom.
Stay to face Jerusalem.
Rock hot on line today, bro. Man,
Let's go, man.
guys are going bananas out there. Huh? Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For indeed is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Nothing another. A word.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Nothing another.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Nothing another. Sheman. Sayat. Lamashak. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
And to sing praise unto thy name.
and to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
And thy faithfulness every night.
and thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings,
And upon the psaltery.
and upon the psaltery,
Upon the harp.
upon the harp,
With the solemn sound.
with the solemn
For
sound.
thou
For
Yahweh
thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works.
How great are thy works,
And thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not,
Neither doth the fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked spring in the grass,
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
and when all the works of iniquity do flourish,
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies,
O Yahweh.
Yahweh,
For lo thy enemies.
for lo thy enemies
Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity.
all the works of iniquity
Shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
My horn shalt thou exalt.
My horns are thou exalt,
Like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be known with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire
On my enemies.
on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire
Of the wicked.
of the wicked
That rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
To show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamayawa.
Hamayawa.
Radawad.
Radawad.
Hanab.
Hanab.
Ma. Tawab. Wama. Nahayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Hashemad. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayel. Hazaquad. Zaquad. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayel. Payah. Harawathiwa. Katal. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Aurora. Zayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawat. Yahweh. Abaraka. Kayayam. Al-Walam. By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirt of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh. Yahweh Shem. Yahushai. Barakanoah. Shralia. Rabiat. Support. 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 Birthday hope, birthday hope shot, birthday hope shot, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all love, all power from your house, all power from your house, all power from your house. Hashem, Yahushai, the water, Yah, Amen. Circle up.
Shooting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wow, Shai, Wakash, Alam of Israel, Amajam. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai, Barakanoah.
Kumishal. Yajimata, Timothy sisters. Shooting out in the daughters of Zion, of Israel, Amajam. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Yajimata. Dismissed. Fall out. The water for children in Israel. We will see y'all on Monday, then class on Wednesday and Friday, and back to Sabbath. Shalom.